You are live, Madam Chair. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sierra. Good morning, Board of Commissioners, and to the citizens of Douglas County. Welcome to our September 19th, 2022 virtual work session. This morning, the Board of Commissioners work session. Certainly, I'll start with roll call. District 1 Commissioner Henry Mitchell III.
Present.
District 2 and Vice Chairman Kelly Robinson. Okay, it's my understanding he may be joining us momentarily. District 3 Commissioner Terenia Carthen.
Present.
District 4 Commissioner Ann Jones-Guider.
Present.
And Ramona Jackson-Jones, Chairwoman, present. All right, Board of Commissioners, we
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Hey, Vice Chair, you're here. So Board of Commissioners, we do have an established quorum. All right, again, this meeting is called to order. Public comment. Any public comment this morning, Clerk?
Good morning, Chairman. We did have Ms. Sharon Bachtel to sign in for a public comment this morning. So Ms. Bachtel, are you on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is Sharon Bachtel, 6331 South Skyline Drive. My topic will be taxes and the coroner's building. In 2020, 3 commissioners voted to raise our taxes 27%. Commissioner Carthen, Commissioner Robinson, and Chair Lady Jones. Last month, this BOC held 3 public hearings to raise taxes again. We don't have public hearings because of assessments. We have public hearings because of millage rates. If you had rolled the millage rate all the way back, you would have not been required to hold 3 public hearings, and you still would have had $6 million more than needed for the budget. You all wanted more and took more. Commissioners Carthen, Commissioner Mitchell, Commissioner Robinson, and Chair Lady Jones all voted to raise taxes. Now the commissioners want the taxpayers to pay $3 million for a new building for the coroner. My question is why? Why does the coroner need a new 66,000 square foot building? Last year, the coroner used thousands of our tax dollars to buy a metal shed to house the cooler. She spent $25,000 for a fence that will be torn down. The coroner does not need a new building. She barely needs an office. She has part-time office worker who takes care of the paperwork. She has 9 deputies who do the investigations. So far this year, the coroner has only done 17 investigations out of 278. 260 were performed by the deputies. Georgia law states that deputy coroners act only when the coroner is unavailable. Our coroner is only doing 6% of the investigations. This is a snub to the citizens of Douglas County. Why should we pay for a new building for her when she does not care about us enough to do what she was elected to do? Many times, Commissioner Robinson has said there is wasted space at the jail. Why can't the $750,000 from the sale of our county building be used to put a coroner's office at the jail? The metal shed could be moved to the property at the sheriff's office. It's time for the commissioners to quit wasting our tax dollars. I say no to a $3 million building for the coroner. Use the money for firemen and EMTs and sheriff's deputies who are underpaid. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Batchel. Certainly will take this matter under advisement, and certainly would like to sit down with you one-on-one and share the purpose of the coroner's office moving. And I appreciate you indicating the jail would be an ideal place. It may and it may not be because of the specific things that are needed for a coroner's office. The way we're operating today, the coroner's office to me is antiquated. Freezers should not be located outside of any building. It needs to be 21st century, and it will be. Certainly, we need a cooler inside the building itself. I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to look at other surrounding counties who have upgraded their coroner's offices, but we're trying to make sure that we have the right equipment. We want to make sure we have the resources, and it's probably, in my opinion, it may take a new building to get that done because you need a room that's already freezer ready, and it's going to take some technology and some architects to put that together. But I certainly hear you, and I appreciate your comments this morning, and certainly would love to talk to you all, speak with you offline. Clerk, do we have anyone else signing for?
Chairman, we did not have anyone else sign in, but I would like to extend the invitation. If there are any citizens on the line that would like to speak at this time, please let me know. Being none, Chairman, I turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Clerk. Board of Commissioners, we have two presentations this morning, and certainly it's your pleasure. I will bring these presentations before you. We have this morning with us the county's benefit brokerage. We have a PVG advisors will be giving us an update this morning, or should I say presentation, and Mr. Sam Dada here. Mr. Dada, you have the floor to present to the Board of Commissioners this morning, and hello.
Hi, good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present. In the meantime, I know Paul Marchena is also there, Jerry Grace from our team also there. If Paul can kindly get the permission to present the presentation, it will be helpful while I start discussing this. This is, Commissioners, you all recall, we started our cost reduction improvements almost 2 years ago. We have delivered one of the small area, which is the wireless cell phone savings, which you are actually receiving those every month, so which was a grand success. And we knew from the beginning the insurance savings, the healthcare insurance savings will be the most. It was almost an 18 months in making, and the RFP went out in end of July of 2021. We knew it is going to take a long time. And Paul is going to present that after all this due diligence and with our professional services, we have really delivered almost a $2 million of yearly savings for the county. However, during the insurance committee meetings or benefits committee, the benefits committee meeting, they have turned down at the vote of 5 by 4 not to accept this. And so we thought it will be a right thing to bring it to the board and show you the whole process, what it happens, and the ball is all on your court to make decisions whether we'll move forward or not. Two things, it was very important from going forward that the service level agreement will remain the same or better, and then the broker that we select will also have the qualifications as well, and all check. And obviously, always the government is looking for how do we save money without compromising any services, and which we delivered significantly through this process. So I'll stop, and Paul, if you kindly can go through that presentation, and in the meantime, please stop us for any questions that you might have, so we can go into the more detail of anything that you need to know.
Yeah, thank you, Sam, and to everyone on the call. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present our findings to you. And Sam, also please chime in as we did this together. So as needed, please feel free to jump in as I will be going through these various points. So the process that was followed here was initially when Sam and his group, and Sam, correct me again if I'm wrong, but you had looked at a couple different areas where we had felt that it would be possible to not only achieve savings, but also to improve the way and improve the efficiency, and then also improve the way that not only the care was provided, but also to improve the overall experience of the various employees and the stakeholders in the way that they receive benefits. And because obviously this is a very important part of your spend, but as with, selection of a cell phone, or selection of anything else, how you receive your benefits and the experience that the employees have is obviously something that we do absolutely want to make sure that it is not only matched, but that it also is improved in the way that it's perceived. Because it's not just about cost, but it's also about the overall experience that the employee has. So to that extent, one of the recommendations after Sam and his group, and we did the evaluation for the benefits, we figured out that it would be useful to perhaps entertain what we call a brokerage selection process. So what is done in that process is typically a document outlining exactly what the priorities are of the county and how they wish to see that process be provided, how they wish to see the services be provided, the qualifications, the way that the broker prices their program. This is then sent to, through a public process, is sent to all the various available brokers that are out there. And then they're invited to submit their responses, but in a very specific format, which will then make it available for the decision for the committee to then make a decision based on as much as possible an apples to apples comparison. So that's what the 2021 insurance broker RFP process entailed. We also would like to mention that the standard language and the wording that is used is something that is always done and driven by the county itself. So, with the legal department, with the way, it has to include all the various elements that the county has to have in there from a legal and regulatory process. Basically the process was, there were three scoring stages in the process. So the first one is the document is shared with all the various brokers in question. They then send in their written responses, and then based on their responses, then there is a table, and there is a table with various criteria that was utilized, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But based on those criteria, then each of the proposals were voted, the written proposals. Then coming out of that process, the three highest scoring providers are then invited to come in and give an oral presentation where they are asked to elaborate furthermore on the key elements of their proposal. Then the last stage of that process was, in this particular case, was also after the orals had taken place, the results were close enough to each other that, in our opinion, what we had recommended the county to do at that point was to also make sure that the remaining top two were provided a detailed breakout by the cost savings that each of them had provided in terms of what they were confident in being able to achieve. And that was, again, an apples to apples analysis that we had provided each of them, that they had then subsequently provided. What we want to stand still for just a moment. Sam, you want to add anything on the scoring sheet itself and the weight?
No, I think it is good. Let's move on.
Okay, very good. So this is an example of the scoring sheet that was used. And again, with various factors having different levels of weight, qualification of the team, experience with other counties, service level, promptness, pricing, savings, etc., etc. The initial scoring results were after the written response. The top three was in order of points received was the incumbent MSI, next NFP, and next the third provider was Epic. Then took place the top three were then invited to come in and give a presentation. After that presentation took place, then again a short round of voting took place by only the committee members, and then the remaining top two came out, being the incumbent once again MSI, and then NFP. And then after that evaluation had taken place, one of the aspects that the various members at that point of the committee we had recommended them was to seek for both players to elaborate on the cost savings that they were projecting. Why? Because one of the key drivers of this process was to get a full understanding into two things: the transparency of the costs, but also how they basically arrive at the various costs that are projected. So it's very important to understand, for example, if somebody goes to the doctor, instead of going to the hospital, can they go to an outpatient clinic and have that small outpatient procedure be done? So, and how is that then reported? So those are just some of the questions that we had asked them to really break out in terms of their savings. And when both parties came back on an apples to apples analysis, this was the next slide, this was basically the detailed savings projection that were provided by both parties, both by MSI and NFP. And Sam, I'll pass you to this one for just a moment.
So there are two major areas, and again, consider that before the pricing, everything was considered, the service level and all those, the due diligence were all done. So that was all passed with flying colors. The two major areas of cost is obviously the pharmacy and the medical components.
And the wellness.
And the wellness, obviously. And so the pharmacy came in with the pricing, keeping the existing pharmacy, and you would be achieving the savings that's been projected for both of them very similar because it's the same provider at the end. From the medical component side, that's where all the claims are. So the claims are very critical, how you manage the claims. So this is where you would see in the chart on the second, in the middle column, that's the medical components and how they were different between each others. And we went through with the operating committees and the benefits committee what are those major elements are. And that's where you see year over year, even the savings are increasing through the NFP side. And so this is where you see in a 5-year average that you were generating $2.2 million average savings per year. So from our professional recommendations, what we go through, and again, this is and we heard from the commissioners before even we started 2 years ago, the savings are very important because you can utilize that money for many things, for different wellness program, different other programs. So we thought this was a significant savings for the county to realize. Unfortunately, the benefits committee meeting by 5-4 denied it. And again, we talked about other reasons that could have been the timing or anything, but those are all mitigated risk. And we do this professionally, that's a livelihood. So we know how to mitigate those risks and help this. And we are part of that process, not just go give the presentation and leave. Our agreement is also stick around to make sure it gets implemented.
And Sam, perhaps also a very important aspect to mention that in previous cases where we have guided our clients to go through such a process and making sure that if indeed we find out through the RFP process that there is a provider who can come in and based on measurable, clearly outlined steps, achieve the savings that they are outlining they can achieve, then it's also very important to negotiate the service agreement going forward with this provider and tie both their contract and their compensation and hold their feet to the fire. And that is exactly what, in this case, the same thing that we would have recommended for the county to do, because we've seen it in the past where they make these recommendations. And if they can demonstrate to you through clearly logical examples how it is that the way that they approach the claim, the handling of a claim, or how they direct the process, through wellness, simple steps that they look at your population, they look at the way in the past that things have been consumed, or they look at just very minor tweaks that can be done to people's behavior with how they utilize wellness to over a period of 2 or 3 years. It just makes 200% sense that will lead to very incremental cost reductions as there's an increase in the behavior of better behavior. You become a better consumer. So, but the most important part is that if this is done, that the provider's feet is held to the fire, that you can measure that and you can guide the process in achieving that. Sorry, Sam.
Yes, no, that's perfect. And so I think the next slide is probably the last slide from that perspective. Is really what's the next step from your perspective at this stage, what we're looking from the commissioners to make a decision on this or vote on these decisions. And then again, we will be there 100% with the operating team to make sure it gets implemented. That's part of our present part of our commitment anyway on our contract. So that's where I wanted to stop and get any questions from the commissioners, that anything that you have that we can answer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dada and Keeney. Board of Commissioners, at this time, do you have any questions? And I'm not aware of this item being on the agenda for voting purposes. Any
Chair?
Commissioners? Yes, Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate. No, I'm not on these committees, so I like to weigh in every now and then for something that like, okay, so what are we up to? I appreciate Ms. Bechtel's comment earlier. I'll come back to the corner later when we get to that agenda item, but we've always been aware about this spend, right? 2-3 years ago, right when Commissioner Carthen came on board, when she assumed the chairmanship of procurement, we jumped right on that. Right? It's not just about it, it's how you apply the appropriations. When the taxes are here now, it's how we do it, not what we do. And we recognize when this was started. So I'm glad to see that this is like, yeah, what happened to this initiative? Because it was important. We had no clue. I need my finance and my purchasing to pay attention to this conversation. We had no clue on how we were spending. We had no data. We had nothing. You guys know this. We'll talk about this later when we get to that legislation that we're trying to optimize. So while I appreciate public input, because every now and then they do get it right. In other words, like, no, I'll take that one up. Absolutely. Which is the challenge. It's like, okay, guys, let's get our minds around this. Right? We don't know what's going out the back door. You don't. We don't. And so when we started this 2 years ago, we asked this firm to come in and look at how we spend. So in other words, once you're beyond the taxation, it's over with. Now you got to apply it. The question, how effective were we? Like return on capital, return on investment, return on assets. Let's not get into that conversation. But again, how do you measure that? Right? So again, are we getting our best bang for our buck? That was important to us. So we brought these guys. I remember this firm, and they didn't really talk about their background, but their pedigree. Like, okay, so we need to enhance our staff's understanding to help us understand what we're looking at. We're not, look, right now, I'm not playing. Don't talk about what we know, what you think. Show us. So, well, I'm happy, I'm sure this is on the agenda. We can talk all day about what we think, how good we're doing. Show us. Show the public. Go back to the word he said, transparency. Sounds good to me. That insurance is the biggest spend we've got every year. And it should be coming up pretty soon. We got to pay off the top. I get the salaries that everybody wants. But y'all know you got to pay for these pensions and medical and all this stuff off the top. Off the top. Big chunks. 8, 9, 10 million. So if we can realize a $2 million savings just through a better care, better delivery, better leverage, let's have a mature conversation about it. Let's not run from this input. So what I'm hearing is like, okay, so what happened in the committee? Why did they turn this down fivefold? And it happens. It's okay. Yeah, I get it. It's no. But the board asked for this, so we need to get the results of what happened there, Madam Chair. So it can't just stop there. It doesn't just die because the board asked for this. Right? So now I'm asking, like, okay, so what about this initiative that we would want to embrace? Now, I don't know anything other than what I just heard. So I'm just going on what was stated. The PowerPoint wasn't big enough for me to follow, but it's okay. But I paid attention. And let's get to work. Let's get to work. So I'm going to yield. I'm sure my peers will weigh in. I probably like really what's being asked here. I know we've made some different changes over time, and this is my point. All right, Madam Chair, I know you did the formula. Madam McCarthy, and you got the medical, and like there's a lot of these initiatives, but these guys are bringing like, okay, but here's a bigger picture. As we say, step back and look at the bigger picture. Well, let's do so. You see how all these things fit together. They're bringing a holistic view, like here's how all this aligns. All y'all individual efforts are doing well, but here's how to optimize across the system. So I think to the providers, the consultants, like you, welcome back, and welcome to, we have some new players. There has been a huge transition in 2 years. So to a certain extent, Madam Chair, to your credit and defense, no, it's okay, guys. We got a brand new back office of directors. You're like, okay, who are these guys? All right, so we just got to pick this back up. So I just wanted to make that comment, Madam Chair, and level set that this was something that was important. We need to get our minds around it. I'm going to yield from there, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Respectfully to you and to PBG, I did not have an opportunity to even see the PowerPoint presentation. I wasn't there for the meeting. My Vice Chair led this meeting, which is Commissioner Guider. But of course, I'm going to take, let me come to the bottom line. PGV, my understanding, you all were already here looking at savings. So I'm just not sure why we're having a conversation. Lisa, can you tell me if this item is on the agenda? I don't see it anywhere for it to be voted on at all.
No, ma'am. I was instructed to place it under presentations.
Okay, and that's exactly what we were doing. It was a presentation today. So with that being said, Mr. Dodd, I appreciate your presentation, and Mr. Kushina, it's not on the agenda. Certainly, it's, I believe Commissioner Carthen wanted to come for a presentation today, not to be voted on. Commissioner Carthen, I see your camera is on. Would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor. Thank you, Mr. Dada and your team for taking the lead and bringing it forward to the whole board. Again, I'm not on the benefits committee either, but I wanted to see what the savings would be. And $2 million is a lot of savings, especially when, you know, we have 15 items on the agenda and all of them are dealing with appropriations, including the coroner's building. So we have to make sure that whatever we spend, if there's an area that we spend in that we can save in, we need to really take a serious look at that. I know that our benefits plan with MSI is coming up again. We usually solidify that contract and do open enrollment. I believe it is October, November, somewhere in that time frame, Madam Chair. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So I'm not on the benefits committee, and I know that was Madam Chair's baby because she helped us to save money with the formulary that she did when it came to prescription drugs. So this is something that I would love for us to really look at. And even if we can get MSI to come to the table and maybe even match what you all have found, there's nothing wrong with ensuring that we're getting the best deal out there.
Yeah.
And so I know, right, and so I know, Mr. Data, you're very good at that.
Yeah. And let
hold on, don't cut her off. No, she's got more.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Data. Back to you, Commissioner Carthen.
I know, Mr. Data, you're very good at that. And so if that is something that we could even do, but we really need to take a serious look at this. You know, oftentimes we have, you know, commissioners that sit on this board who say we're spending and we're not giving the people, but this is something to give the people, and this is something that can save across the board. And so if we can utilize the savings that PGV has brought to us, I think we need to take a serious look at it and a quick look at it as we're getting ready to solidify what our carrier and who our payment processor will be for our insurance benefits. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you so much. Do I have my director on the phone this morning from HR? Are you on the line, Tisha? She's not on the line. Oh, there you are. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
Hi, Tisha.
Hey, Sam.
Hi, how are you, Paul and I?
How are you?
Good.
Okay, Tisha, can you speak to what we're planning, you know, what's going on at this particular point, and to just brief the board?
Yes, good morning. So I was made aware that this agenda item would be on the agenda on Friday, and actually questioned it just because the process seemed a little different. I will admit, different from what I'm used to. Usually a broker recommendation would come from the HR director and maybe the finance director, just because we work so closely with the broker. But it's my understanding that here in Douglas County, it comes from a committee. And so once the committee voted, our plan was to move forward with the committee's recommendation to maintain MSI and maybe come back and look at doing a new RFP at a later date. I do agree that there was significant savings, there was significant efficiencies, as well as extensive programming that NFP was able to offer, but there was a vote. And so the vote was what we were planning to give as a recommendation, which was to maintain MSI and maybe look at changing at a later date.
Okay. Thank you so much, board. You certainly heard just a snippet of what occurred at our meeting, the benefits meeting, and I did attend the second meeting, but I wasn't there for the presentation, and I apologize, Mr. Data. I had a conflict in my schedule, so of course you just heard it from her, and that's why you just heard the information from Tisha Carter, and that's why it's not on the agenda, but certainly it sounds like the board may have an interest. So I don't want to completely count it out, but it's not on the agenda for tomorrow to be voted on. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do we need to follow up, Madam Chair, from this? What's the next step?
Madam Chair, let me.
Vice Chair Robertson, you have it.
Yeah. I think at this point you can follow up, but would not be given an answer at this point. This was a presentation. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the follow up. No commitment can be made at this particular point. Follow the conversation. And this again for all of us. We got new finance, new procurement, new HR, all new, and so they're coming in. They're trying to get them they had 2 paychecks, so there's a pause. They're rightfully so to Madam HR. You get your moment. I said no. Look, you got a different view on how we need to do that. One thing I want to say, but no. If the board asks for something, it can't die in committee. You have to give the results, even if it's no. I think that's my only point. Like, I just want to hear the results, but it can't be buried. And so if the Board of Commissioners commission something, we need to see the results of that, even if it's no. And I think that's, part of this whole process we get later on in the day about optimizing. It's out of sync. Thank you, Madam HR. Right. Like, okay, does the benefits guy, the HR guy, the risk guy, we all know that we have some dysfunction that we need to clean up. And we plan on getting at it. But I think, Madam Chair, all we can do right now is thank you for the presentation. I didn't think we were looking for a vote either. I just want to see the results of it. That's all we can do at this particular point. Let the board pause on it. You can follow back up, Sam, with the HR director accordingly, not the board, and we'll go from there. Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope that
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dada. And again, our Board of Commissioners respectfully, the committee voted 5-4, and certainly I learned very quickly in a government setting, there is a democracy, and whatever the vote was, and we have 9 members on that board, on that committee, and that's the verdict, and that's why I was wondering why this item was supposedly on the agenda, and I'm glad to hear that it's not. So thank you, Mr. Dad. I appreciate you, and so look forward to speaking with you, hopefully in the near future when something else comes available. Thank you.
All right, thank you, man.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on. We have a presentation by SPLOST. SPLOST is very important this morning. Certainly as Mr. Good come before this board to present. Mr. Good, David Good, are you there?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am here. All right, how are you guys doing today? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, directors, and citizens. I'm David Good. I'm going to bring you our SPLOST information, revenue that was collected through July, and projects that was completed through August. Communications, can you bring up my slide presentation, please?
Sorry about that, David. Stand by. He's on his way.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
Right, and while we're waiting, our collections so far this year have been pretty good. And go ahead and go to the next slide to the agenda, so you guys will know. Again, we're going to bring you the revenues. We'll bring you the projects completed within fire EMS, transportation, and Parks and Rec. Next slide, please. Right now, you know, the financials remain strong. On July's revenue is around 3.1 million, basically $3,101,853 compared to the original projections of $2,098,494. The total revenues since the beginning of the SPLOST, which is back in April of 2017 through July of 2022, are $150,851,749. That's about 130 million was the amount that we received that we were collected by now, and we've received over 150 million, and that's a difference of 20,238,964. Next slide, please. Now, right here, you'll see a line of projects. We end up trying to give you guys a complete look so you can see where we are within a year's budget. So from August of last year until July of this year, this is the spread that you see, and that amount is averaging 2.9 million over the last full year. And within the beginning of SPLOST year 6, which is our last year, starting in April of 2022, ending in July of 2022, that amount is averaging $3 million. Next slide, please. This is one of the projects that came in as a safety project. The transfer station has been completed. Basically, the carbon stone poured new concrete slab, and it was completed at the end of July, end of August 26th. The cost was $181,300, and this actually came in under budget. All right, thank you. Next slide, please. Right now, we have another safety issue which came in with fire tanker trucks. So we'll be getting 2 of those, and the budget is going to be $1.2 million on the finalization for specification to purchase those 2 stock tankers. We also have very important 2 fire and fire EMS in order to update the apparatuses. So we have a ladder truck that will be coming in at a cost of $1,785,000. 700,000 of that will be SPLOST dollars. The rest will be from the FEMA grant. And it's expected delivery to be in the summer of 2023. So as you know, to build these ladder trucks or aerial vehicles, it takes about a year to get those done. And one of the projects that most of the county actually can see anytime you come through the county is the Lee Road widening project. That cost is at $19.69 million. CMES is continuing grading projects on the project. We have the utility companies are acquiring the easements throughout the project, along with some installation. The project is about 7% completed. Next slide, please. Also, Stewart Mill Road at Reynolds Road, that cost came in as increased of $2,123,427. The Corvette Group was approved back on September 1st. For the construction phase, and we're now just awaiting the contract and the notice to proceed. Street lights phase 1 and phase 2 at a cost of $393,438. Georgia Power should be complete with the work on I-20 at Post Road by the end of September. So the risers and all that has come in. So now we're just waiting for them to actually put the poles up and the risers on them and light it up. Right now, the only projects that are left within this streetlight phase are those that's off of state routes, because you have to end up getting approval from GDOT in order to get some installation things done. Playground equipment, we have that at a SPLOST cost of $371,283. The requisition has been submitted, and these equipment will be at Bill Ark, Fairplay, Deer Lick, and Woodrow Wilson Parks. Next slide, please. And that is my presentation. Both myself and Terry Gable are here to answer any questions or to respond to any comments. Thank you. The floor is yours, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Good. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions regarding the performance of our SPLOST? I see you, Commissioner Carpenter. Your camera is on.
Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Good. How are you?
I'm all right. Madam Carpenter, how are you?
I'm good. So in regards to the last agenda item that you spoke about, which was the playground equipment, did we source that playground equipment utilizing our procurement department, or was that one that was already in play?
Oh, that's the one that we used for the, we got it off a state contract.
We did. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was for all 4 playgrounds.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good. So thank you for doing that. Just wanted to make sure we were utilizing those state contracts if possible. And then my second question is regarding the Stewart Mill project. You said it's still in contract phase and NFP. Can you explain that?
Right, because this presentation was based off of information coming into August. That was the information that we provided for August. And if Terry Gable is on, he can explain where we are right now. Mr. Gable? Because I know he was having problems getting on earlier.
I would, if we could, get an update in regards to that, because I did have an email last week wanting to know. And I think one of the Douglas County Sentinel reporters also questioned that. So.
Okay, and I'll get that information and I'll get it before the end of this meeting, because I know I'll be in touch with Terry Gable because he said he was having difficulties getting on.
Okay, thank you so much. With that, Madam Chair, you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Lord?
I'm sure.
Okay, Vice Chair, you have the floor. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Good.
Yes, sir.
A finance committee that is scheduled today, a standing finance committee, in which the public is always welcome. And part of that topic is to talk about SPLOST 2016 and how much we've, our burn rate to date. Forecast on what we plan to be at April of 2023. What will make the list, what we hope to make the list, and what won't make the list. I do acknowledge that this boss, Terry, hopefully he's listening to you, have done a superb job overseeing this boss. Over the past 5.5 years, we've got a lot done, unapproachable. And this minority participation, all public, great job, excellent. The citizens have benefited from sidewalks, from the fire, which was important, parks, and obviously transportation, one of the things after my heart. I'm glad to hear the Lee Road that it's at least 7% in play. Very good. But we got the funding for it. Good stewards of that program. All right. And so, but I also want to make sure I'm clear as, you know, again, I'm listening to this spin. It's like back to, okay, guys, I got this big building coming online. We're going to talk about this a little bit later. You've got to validate where you think you are. I need somebody to sign off. Don't say it. I want y'all to put your bonds, put your titles. Where are we? We're dead serious. Where are we on this? And so this is more of a statement. I'm in that mode. And you don't necessarily have to respond other than my statement is I look forward to your participation, working with our finance director, Rosalind, as well as our new Madam CFO. But we've got to, again, let's tighten these numbers up. Done a great job, but I want to make sure we set the public's expectations. So we're having these conversations like, okay, guys, somebody's going to be without a musical chair. You're going to run out. It will stop. Let me put 2022 away for a second. We're right now. And I think that's important so that we can set public's expectation. This is all we're going to get done. Look, we want to show you the fullness of it. That's it. Right now, if there's a 2.0, they can have that conversation. The public will have that conversation. But right now, where are we in comparison to things that are on that list? And how will we reconcile that list? It says, okay, this is green. We know this is going to go based on the original management assumptions. Period. 1.9 million a year. Your current, because the economy was so great for a period of time and because of the COVID great, I think yellow should be added to the list instead of those on the list, but maybe. We don't know what the future going to hold. You can't spend like you got your current, like, guys, this is not normal. This is what I'm saying. We're spending, look how great we're stuffing it in there. Like, okay, the numbers won't lie. and you can't project like, no, that thing's gonna bend on you. You can't anticipate the market. That's not what we do. You're not Wall Street, and y'all are spending like, God, y'all capacity to be able to look at this like, tone it down. This will be the last time I say this. Slow it down. Slow it down. Slow it down. And it's okay if you're able to put some more in there, but you've done a great job. That's what I'm saying. It's like you overthought. You're like, man, downshift, down. Every meeting I hear it. I'm like, wait a minute, 2 more trucks? 2 more what? Y'all just like, we just had this conversation. It's like you hear it for a minute and you go back to your normal. It ain't gonna take them for y'all to go off the cliff and it's like, okay, well, you're on your own. I can't help you. I won't help you. Because again, I told you, you're not listening. Because you don't have any validation to make me have a different position when it's time for me to make my decision. It's not you, David. I'm speaking to those who can hear. So anyway, Madam Chair, we're good. We'll take this up in our finance. You guys are doing a great job. Again, I'm just like, okay, just don't put yourself in a place that like, I told you so. That's all we want to do. I just don't want y'all to be there. And I'm looking at y'all speed. I'm looking, you keep ordering stuff. And again, we hear we always hear the counter there, oh, the recession, all this. Yeah, but so you got to balance it. In other words, like, okay, you need to listen to them. There's some truth, like, slow down. But y'all are spending staff because y'all don't have to carry this burden. We do. So now you got to listen to this. Because y'all like, well, let's tell us to stop that. So do we need to order you to stop? Or can y'all on your own adjust? Or we just want to get work done. Like, we ain't got to carry it. We ain't got to be in the paper caring about the spin and what they talk about. Right. Trust me, you will listen. All right, Madam Chair. I yield. Thank you. He got it.
All right, thank you so much, Vice Chair. We heard you loud and clear, the executive team. We're listening. Certainly there's a line of demarcation. We are adjusting as we go. We are looking. I know we have a couple of things that put a spin on everything. And inflation is one of the items that are pressing us, but we are still making adjustments. This is a volatile situation for all of us. We know that we can only look at trends right now, but we realize that a variable is based on the economy, those who are spending money, such as those citizens that are coming through Douglas County shopping. So we can't predict, but I believe David Good and Mr. Terry Gable will be able to just give you his best information based on trends. We realize that we keep utilizing the word steady through the entire process, and we're tipping very light. Just wanted to assure you and give you some comfort. We're nervous as you are because the economy is the common denominator of the entire project, the SPLOST project. Will the people shop? Will they buy? Or will they go home and save their money? I agree with you. So, Mr. Good, we have our marching orders again. So you know what we need to do, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
Yeah, just as a point of clarity, just respectfully, the Moreland / Atlas and H.J. Russell team of Terry and David are contractors. They're contractors. I need the executive note on this. They provide their input. I mean, they're almost in conflict because their job is to keep this thing moving. They get paid points on. So this is what I'm saying. I need our finance to own this. Put your certification that this is solid. So this is not them. I don't want them to be like, they got to do this. They're to provide input and tell us where we are based on where we are. But at the end of the day, it has to be, I mean, we have to own it. That's what I'm saying. This is internal. This is not you. Well, I don't want to blame the vendor because they say it like, I
agree.
Because the citizens didn't, that's not, we put them, we went through a process and recommended and put them in play. But they're looking at us for the taxpayer dollars and how it was spent and all of that. You get it, Madam Chair. So it's got to be internal. Yeah. Somebody internally has to say, yes, I validate that this is solid. It's back to a single view of everything, all the different spins. And so you get it, Madam Chair. We're good. We're on the same page. It just, I need your finance to step up. And again, Madam CFO is just getting here, and I know that they're talking. I'm just making it for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I was just getting ready to reiterate and let you know that the SPOS team is working with Madam CFO.
There you
Madam
go.
CFO, are you on the line by any chance?
Or Director Roslyn, one of them.
Good morning. Yes, I don't think CFO Bivens is on this morning. I know she's on standby though. We have verified and reviewed Atlas numbers, and we are in agreement with their numbers. So we have confirmed and verified.
You will provide that in our finance committee, and then ultimately the board. And again, you verify, but we don't see anything. Where's the presentation that shows us what is the actual number? What's the yellow, red, and green? But I know we're going to cover that in finance.
Yeah, we
but ultimately, that has to come to the full board. So I'm glad
that is
you're
correct.
done.
That is correct.
I'm sure we're good. Keep
Okay.
moving.
All right, we're going to keep moving, everyone. Board of Commissioners, I encourage you tomorrow, if you would, please take a look at the minutes today and then be prepared to approve or deny accordingly. Tomorrow, Board of Commissioners, we have 2 proclamations coming before us tomorrow. Tab number 4 is providing September 22nd, 2022 as American Business Women's Day in Douglas County, and Vonda Thorpe will be reading a proclamation for us. And tab number 5 is proclaiming the week of September 17th through 23rd, 2022 as Constitution Week in Douglas County. And Lisa Meek will be reading that proclamation. And Board of Commissioners, we do have a public hearing tomorrow, tab number 6, public hearing and approval for request from Christopher White for certificate of compliance with the Metropolitan River Protection Act for construction of a single family residence at 4285 Highway 166, Douglasville, Georgia 30135. And we have our manager from Planning and Zoning this morning to just brief us quickly on this. Ms. Duncan, Allison Duncan, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a review for a certificate of compliance with the Metropolitan River Protection Act. We had one of these come before us not too long ago, and so I won't go into too much detail, as I believe I gave the board a briefing a few months ago when we considered this previously. But as we had mentioned, you are required as the Board of Commissioners to vote after a public hearing for any application for development that is within 2,000 feet of the Chattahoochee River. In the instance of this application at 4285 Highway 166, this is just a request for a single-family detached dwelling to be constructed on a lot, but it does fall within that corridor, so we are required under state statute to have that public hearing, and then the board will have to vote to issue a certificate of compliance. This has gone through review at the Atlanta Regional Commission, and it has been found to be in compliance with the Chattahoochee River Corridor Plan.
Okay, thank you so much, Manager Duncan. Board of Commissioners, any questions?
No, but just one, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair.
Well, maybe 2. So, Manager Duncan, where is this? Where in what district? Because I'm looking up. I'm trying to. Where is it?
I would have to go. You're asking what commissioner district it's in?
Yeah, where specific is this?
Give me just a moment to pull it up on the map. I hadn't checked commissioner district, but I certainly can do that.
All right, Mike, while you think about that, yeah, again, as much detail we can get on the agenda, sometimes that helps us, focus in.
Sure thing. This
yep.
is in Commission District 3.
Got it. All right, then I'll yield off of that and wait my comments for tomorrow. And so then my second question to you is, the earlier comment that was made about recommendations. If the planning and zoning makes a recommendation to the board, and it's in the opposite direction, is the board the final decision on a recommendation out of planning and zoning?
I would say, I guess it depends on what specific recommendation we are making. A bit of a vague answer, right? So say, for example, when it comes to what we're dealing with here, Metro River Protection Act, this is set up under state statute so that the Atlanta Regional Commission, specifically acting through the Metro North Georgia Water Planning District, they have a certain level of say into the outcomes of these particular decisions. If you're asking more specifically about planning and zoning matters, There are certain things in the Unified Development Code that are directed to the Board of Commissioners for review, and then there are certain things that are directed to the Planning and Zoning Board for review.
Mm-hmm. No, you're very good at answering questions. You're being savvy and good. It wasn't a trap, but I'm making my point about recommendations that the board ultimately makes all decisions. And I think that to our county attorney, and we're going to get into this legislation later, let's just make sure that the code is clear. The code has to be clear so that we all understand. Because I'm listening to the earlier conversation, I'm like, well, wait a minute, the board has overwritten recommendations from planning and zoning and several other things. I'm just, why would that be any different? There is always an appellate at the local level. We can appeal to the board if it's stuck in the committee. And so again, we need to get some clarity around things. I'm listening to these invisible rules and language. It's like, nah, we gotta do better than this. Because since we got real, let's be real. So if we're gonna state something, let's be correct and let's be accurate. So you've been answering my question. I was just sort of, I'll yield. But since this wasn't my additional, I'm not, no comment. I'll wait to the hearing. Madam Chair, we're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Any other comment for it? So if not, we're going to move on. Thank you so much, Manager Duncan. We're going to move on to number 7, authorization to apply for the FY23 Solid Waste Trust Fund Grant Program in the amount of $116,000 with no match required to be used to fund equipment for the recycling program, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Director Heath Coward, if you could just brief the board, just give them a quick Reader's Digest.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got with Jill with the new, application for grants, and she kind of pointed out, hey, we've got some options out there, and we looked in it. We talked about it. We think we can fit four different areas. We're looking at basically the approval to submit for a grant totaling $116,000. It's 4 different compactors and balers for recycling material. So you're looking at paper, plastic, glass, and aluminum cans. So we're trying to get out there and get some of the money and become, be able to do a little bit more with our recycling at the same time.
Okay, thank you so much, Director. Board of Commissioners, any questions? I will say this to the Board of Commissioners and to the citizens of Douglas County. I'm very proud of what the executive team is doing to source these grants, find them. We were a little sluggish when I came into office, but I mean, they are really putting their thinking caps on and looking and sourcing grants that are very pertinent to their operations. And and these grants take pressure off our taxpayers of Douglas County. Certainly the less money we have to spend of our taxpayers' dollars, this helps and benefits us. So thank you so much, Director, and all the executive team members for what you do every day to source these grants, because I know it's a lot of work. Jill Hobson would definitely echo my comments, because she realizes it's a lot of paperwork involved in grants, but at the end of the day, it's well worth it. So Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to tab number 8, authorization to accept DHS grant for Baby Steps Safe Care Coordinator in the amount of $75,008.92 with no match required, and continue the employee contract for Ashley Perry, and amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents subject to final legal review. This morning, Director King, you have the floor. Good morning, Director King.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. This is a grant-funded position that we've had for a little while, and this will be the new grant cycle. They have increased it from a part-time position to a full-time position for our Safe Care Coordinator.
Okay, any questions for it? All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Vice Chairman Robinson.
Something wrong with my camera, but you can still hear me, right? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear.
All right, real quick. This is to the board. Again, we'll take this up later. Ms. King, can you tell us, this position is for a season, and what was the term, the length of time that this grant will last us?
This one is fiscal year October 1st through September 30th.
All right, so just October to next year, right?
Yes.
Yeah, got it. All right, so 1 year, that's fine. This is easy. This is not, this one's, I'm just trying to understand. And this is the first year or this is an ongoing year?
This is ongoing.
Ongoing, all right. So, and do we think this is perpetual? Do you think this is, at some point this runs out and this is something that we really need to keep going as a program?
I do. I think the potential with this funding source right now is very good. What they're telling is they're prepared to fund this, a little while longer. But this position works with moms who are pregnant and have been using drugs, and also moms who have newborns that are born positive for substances and are having to receive care. So she case manages and helps them find treatment resources, and the majority of this caseload hopefully is not court involved. We're trying to get the population that hasn't been to court. They may not have defects involvement. They really have nobody kind of guiding the process with them.
I gotcha. All right, no, good. I'm in favor and support of this. That's not the point of my comments. My comments is to my peers and to finance and the administrators, which is I would like to know how many of these grant-based positions exist. How many are year one versus year 2 versus 3? And what is the exposure that at some point the board has to take these on as full-time, or that they just make a decision and let the program drop? Can you answer that type of question? I need that answer. And we'll get to this again in setting policy. It says, okay, guys, how are we going to handle all these grants, which is a great subsidy, and it takes obviously pressure off our general fund to get work done. Don't get me wrong, leverage your capital stack. But at some time, everything has seasons. And do we know, can you validate where we are on this type of employee strategy? Again, I get it's supplemental. We thank the state, we thank the feds for their grants, but at some point they go away. But the value that they bring when we set these programs in motion is that, okay, guys, at some point when administrations change, policies change. Oh boy, that has a localized impact. Pay attention. Let's see what we made of. Back to the bigger picture. You got to see how all this fits together, and we need to be able to plan against this. I'm not saying change anything, but there's no policy. So it puts us in a political position and says, okay, guys, is this a priority? Is this a policy for us? So anyway, I like that as an action item, Madam Chair, is can we validate the number of positions across all courts and then all grants? It says, okay, how many are being supplemented by, how many positions are there, and when is they're going to burn off? And is there anticipated that the board is now going to have to fund these as full-time employees on top of what the other asked by the directors?
Great.
I need to know the answer to that as we get close. You don't have to solve it now. I just want that as an ask, and I'll follow up, Madam Chair. I just did it as for the record. I know what I'm looking for.
My ACA's camera came on, and also we have Jill Hobson here to speak to that. I will say that some of these,
Madam, yeah, that's fine.
Some of them are formula grants, and those are just regular. But she will speak to the subject matter that you just brought forth.
Yes, ma'am.
ACA, if you could, ACA Stanley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Board of Commissioners. So we do have Ms. Hobson has a very great accounting of all of our grants. We will take the request and provide an update to the Board of Commissioners. We will get that to you within the next 2 weeks.
Awesome. We're good. I just want to make the request, Madam Chair. She did well. Thank you.
We're a step ahead. That's why I wanted them both to speak. It's already done. Okay, thank you. All right, we will move on if there are no other comments from the board. Okay, if not, we're going to move on to our next tab. Our next tab under grants, and final one is tab number 9, authorization to apply to the Georgia Department of Nature Resource 2022-2023 Outdoor Stewardship grant in the amount of $500,000 with a match of 25%, which is $125,000 of the total project cost as recommended by the Parks and Recreation Oversight Committee, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. We have our director here today, Deputy Director Chad Griffin. You have the floor of Parks and Recreation. You have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. How's everybody doing?
Doing great. And you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. So we are applying for this DNR grant to apply it to Punkintown Park. We're looking to purchase the dock, restroom, waterless restroom, put some running water out there, a pavilion, and hopefully put some primitive campsites for scouts to use.
Thank you so much, Deputy Director. Any questions for Deputy Director Griffin this morning, board? Okay. All right, thank you. Look forward to this. I hope we secure the grant.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, you're welcome. We're going to move on to our business items board for Commissioner tab number 10. It's authorize the chairman to execute a part-time employment agreement with Jonathan Steele as part-time assistant solicitor in the traffic unit division to fill a vacancy subject to final legal review. Our Solicitor General, Sonia Compton, are you on the line this morning? Lisa, if you by any chance can you see if the Solicitor General is on the line?
I do not see her on the line. I will try to reach out to her.
Okay, I'll come back to that.
Somebody who represents her office.
Yes, someone, just if we can just get someone from our office. We're going to move on, while Lisa's looking for it, I'll move on to tab number 11, approval of juvenile court attorney contract with Jana Evans to fill the unexpired term of Robert Coots from September 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022, with no impact to the budget.
I'm on the meeting.
Everyone to mute their mics, please. Okay. I'll just read it again. Tab
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, I think that was it, Fire Marshal. I'll come back. Let me start again. At tab number 11, approval of juvenile court attorney contract with Jana Evans to fill the unexpired term of Robert Coots from September 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022, with no impact to the budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents subject to final legal review. Judge Harrison, Michelle Harrison, you have the floor.
Judge Harrison's still on the bench, Madam Chair.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you. Yes, we're just replacing Bob Koontz with Jenna Evans in the contract.
Okay. Any questions, board? All right. Thank you so much, Debbie McDonald. Thank you for being here. We're going to move on to tab number 12, approval of name changes for 2 employee car allowance agreements for Laura Lucart, and I'm messing his name up, Lucart, and Alexandra Clark in the amount of $9,600, $4,800 each to be funded through the previously approved 2022 budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Laura Thompson this morning. Ms. Thompson, you're on the line.
Good morning. How are y'all? Yes, this is already been approved in our 2022 budget.
Mm-hmm.
We had 2 ADAs that left that had this, and we just changed the name for our 2 new ADAs. And it does not affect the budget.
Okay, so it's budget neutral. Board of Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Thompson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'm no questions for her. I'm fine because it's already in the budget. It's budget neutral, so keep that moving. My comment is more about car allowances, and I think that's something to Madam HR, Ms. Tisha Carter, that will be part of our legislative conversation, which is normalization across the board. There's inconsistency. I'd like to see a list. Madam ACA, here's the next ask. I need to see a list of everybody with a car allowance. In every area, elected, appointed, whatever, executive, who has a car allowance and how much they get per period, per month, etc. as a comparison. And that will help feed legislation to have a policy that is consistent across the board. So again, our job is to just step back and do legislative work. And as we hear you guys bring these things forth, but we want consistency across the board and not one-offs, as things have evolved over time. So there's nothing wrong with this current ask. I'm good with it, Madam Chair, but that's my ask to Madam ACA. She'll be able to pick that up later, Madam Chair. Thank you for the floor.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Okay, you have the floor. I believe you, if my memory serves me correctly, you've already compiled a list. But
Yes.
you speak. Yeah, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Deputy County Administrator Fred Perry has already compiled that list, and we will make sure to resend that list out to everyone so you can have that information today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And I appreciate, okay, so here's the, right, you guys have a lot of siloed intelligence. But unless we get it, we
I
can't act.
believe it was sent out to everyone, but I will double check and I will resend the list. You'll have it before the meeting is over.
Yeah, it's not it wasn't about this, it's a general statement. That again, we as we go through this process right now. So right now, anything I ask for, it's just about the process right now. It's not looking backward, but it's also highlighting that, yeah, you do have things, and we're looking for data, right? We're looking for data, not just about the situation, but it's a lot of things we could say that we need to be able to shape to do our job. I mean, think about everything y'all are asking us to do your job. You guys' job. Authorizing you to do your job. But to do our job, we need data. That's all we can do. We don't direct your day-to-day activities. That's not our job on the legislative side. Our job is simply to shape your decisions or your actions through policy. But we need data, we need information. That's all you're hearing me say, a constant theme. We just need information. So we're good. This is not an indictment. I'm happy spirit. We're good. Madam Chair, I yield the floor. We're good.
All right, thank you. And my elephant memory just serves me right at the right time. So certainly, Tiffany Stewart Stanley, I do remember that list going to all of us. But if you could just resend that information out. My former husband said my memory was just amazing, and it is. I have an elephant memory. I remember the list. So send it out again, please. We will move on to the next tab. The next tab, Board of Commissioners, is tab number 13. Certificate of Preliminary Plat Approval for Fairhaven Subdivision. We have Phil Schaefer. Phil, if you could just give us the Reader's Digest version this morning.
Madam Chair, thank you. So this morning, we bring you the Fairhaven subdivision for approval. It was rezoned in October of 2021 to RMD. And in the interim between then and now, we have been working through the Development Review Committee to get the plat approved as to form. It is now approved by the Development Review Committee, and so they have recommended to the board that the subdivision be approved for preliminary certificate of plat approval. It has 100 units spread across 80 acres, which is approximately 1.2 units per acre. And as I said, it was approved for rezoning in October of 2021. If there are any questions, and I can also show you the plat. It was included in the packet if you needed to look at it.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Schaefer. Any questions for Commissioner Guider?
Yes, Phil, what district is that in, or where's the location of this subdivision?
Sorry, yes, I forgot to mention that it's off Lee Road. It is accessing to South County Line Road, which then accesses Lee Road. That was part of what was holding up the design, was so that they could come in off of old South County Line Road and not have direct access just south of there on Lee Road. So we had to redesign a number of elements in here to make that work properly. District 2.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Okay, certainly. Vice Chairman, this is your district. Are you comfortable hearing what you just heard?
Absolutely. Again, this was in light of the fact that we had the Lee Road expansion or widening going down the street. For this to have an ingress egress right there off Lee Road, this was going to complicate. We're undoing the very thing that we're trying to, obviously address. So having them come off of the county line and side road was a better play. Thanks, staff, for working through that process. No, Madam Chair, the public, again, we're doing the best we can with the growth, the migration out here, and so we're trying to deal with this traffic, and so I believe this is a sufficient solution. I yield. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Any other comment, board? All right, thank you so much, Mr. Schaefer. We're going to pivot back to 10. I see our Solicitor General is here. Number 10 under business items is number 10. Authorize the chairman to execute a part-time employment agreement with Jonathan Steele as part-time assistant solicitor in the traffic unit division to fill a vacancy subject to final legal review. You have the floor this morning, Solicitor Compton, and good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I apologize for my tardiness. I'm asking that you all approve the part-time employment agreement for Jonathan Steele. He will be the part-time assistant solicitor for our traffic division to fill the vacancy. So that's what I'm asking. The other person, Fallon, he's got a full-time job and was not able to fulfill the contract.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Solicitor General, Board of Commissioners? Okay, thank you. Appreciate you coming. All right, we're going to move on Board of Commissioners to our next item, which is tab number 14, proposed annexation from the City of Douglasville for parcel ID 015802500073, which is west of Bright Star at Bright Star Connector. Bill Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer, you have the floor again.
Madam Chair, thank you. This site that is requested to be annexed into the city is approximately 17 acres that will be combined with the 17 acres that is already in the city. This is acreage that we had asked last year to de-annex so that they could do the warehouse project that they had in mind, and the city would refuse to de-annex the 17 acres. So the owners have gotten back with a developer. The property itself that we will be severing in two is a 25-acre parcel. The builder will take 13 acres to the east and combine it with the 17 acres that's already in the city. They're asking for light industrial zoning to be enacted once it goes into the city, and that we will do a lot split plat for them in order to create that 13 acres. The remaining acreage will remain in the county. It accesses the county through two rights of way down to John West Road. So there is still access to it, and it does leave a corridor of zoning jurisdiction to the properties that are still north of this site along Bright Star, which you may recall we rezoned to light industrial also last year for this warehouse project, which they built two buildings or are in the process of building two buildings instead of the three that had originally been intended. Staff, as you well know, the county's given the opportunity to consider these annexations and whether or not what they're proposing is compatible with what surrounds us. And as you may have noticed, the property that is immediately northwest of this site is an active heavy industrial quarry site. The property to the south is residential, and there will be a buffer maintained between the industrial buildings that get built. And to the west, it will remain residentially zoned. However, the future land use map categorizes this as a mixed use corridor, which does allow for industrial zoning. So given that the proposed zoning does anticipate a higher intensity of use through the future land use map, and given that there are no county resources at risk with the request for annexation, staff does not bring you any objection to the annexation, just wanted to make you aware of it and that it's that same property that we tried to take out of the city and put in the county, which they refused to allow. So it's going the other direction now. And I yield back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schaefer. Any questions, board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Schaefer, again. We're gonna, you have the next one as well. Tab number 15, to consider an amendment to section 10-19 standards for water mains and fire hydrants of the Douglas County Code of Ordinance. And this item was tabled from our September 6, 2022 meeting. Mr. Schaefer, you have the floor to explain once again, and hopefully you brought the cavalry with you. I see the State Fire Marshal is on, and see several others. Hopefully we have someone on here from WSA as well. You have the floor, Mr. Schaefer.
So, Madam Chair, this again is an exercise to try and allow the Fire Marshal to have some discretion over the entirety of Section 1019. Specifically, we were asking that we be allowed to have an additional set of discretions over the type of pipe that's being used. As we were commenting on it last meeting, the pipe is the plastic C90 pipe that has been in use for many, many decades. It has the safety rating that is necessary. Here, what we were asked to do was see if there were applicants that would come and also help Commissioner Robinson to show that the need is for some pretty significant projects. I know that the fire chief has had requests over the years for a number of discretionary items, but this one is quite important now that we've hit this roadblock over being able to obtain pipe of an equivalent safety factor, but not the ductile iron pipe that is normally required. And he simply was asking for the discretion to have that in the code. The key here is that the pipe they're asking to be allowed to use would only be on the private side. It does not involve any public lines at all. And I believe we do have folks online who can address the ask, as Commissioner Robinson had suggested, as well as the fire chief can address the specific safety issues that you might have questions for.
Please, Madam Chair, let them speak.
Absolutely. Fire Chief Jellivet, I see your hand is raised, and then of course I know the fire marshal is on here as well. You have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, citizens, panel. Also, thank you for allowing us to serve you. I have the fire marshal for the state that kind of looks out for the whole state on. He's going to say a few things in regards to this. Also, the last time we met, there was concern from the citizen about water backing up in their house and stuff like that. This type of operation does not, as Phil said, does not affect domestic water lines. This is only, the request is only dealing with one issue right now. That's the switch building that they're building, the development. And all we're looking for is to have an opportunity to address a more, actually a safer, just a safety C900 line to supply the fire hydrant as well as the sprinkler system. I do have also Mr. Brian Keel was trying to connect with us from WSA. He's on, he should be on, but I'm gonna yield to our well, Mr. Keel, you go first, then we'll follow by the state fire marshal, Mr. Lando.
All right, very good. Thank you, Chief. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me this morning. Very briefly, the question on the table is, can the private fire lines make use of C900, which is a PVC plastic pipe in lieu of ductile iron in our current market where it's difficult to obtain ductile iron. There's a very long lead time on it, even for us at the Water and Sewer Authority. And yes, we have no reservations about the proposition. C900 is a pressure rated pipe. It is the standard for distribution systems in areas like South Georgia where you have corrosive soils, where you don't want to put a metal pipe in the ground. It's been used for decades, I think, as Mr. Schaefer mentioned. So we have no reservations about, recommending the allowance for use on the private side of fire lines.
And also, in addition, the American Water Work Association, they actually have made some adjustments, and they're backing this line as well. Is that right, Mr. Keel?
I believe that is correct. It is approved for even domestic water service. And again, that is, there are municipalities in Florida, coastal areas, South Georgia, even where this is all they put in the ground. All of their water lines are this C900 product.
And lastly, the state fire marshal, Mr. Craig Landau, can you say a few things just to?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chief. Good morning, everyone. My name is Craig Landau, and I'm your state fire marshal. I do want to just give my opinion on the product. As Mr. Keel has alluded to, I am 21 years career Savannah Fire, City of Savannah, and yes, C900 water mains are a staple in this part of the state along the coastline here with the corrosive environments that we have. I've done a little bit of additional research here, along with the AWWA being approved for sizes 4 through 12. It is also UL and FM approved, and they do have UL and FM approved fittings used in conjunction with the pipe. And I think so long as your contractors are abiding by those guidelines, there should be no concern with regards to its reliability equivalent to that which you might experience with ductile iron. So of course we don't make any product endorsements, but if I were the authority having jurisdiction and I had this product being presented to me, I would not have an objection to its use.
And I like to just say, just to follow up, we're not going to lower our standards here in Douglas County. We just need some additional tools in our toolbox to deal with things on a case-by-case basis. This only dealing with one issue right now, which is the switch building, and of course we'll monitor, and if approved, we'll handle it accordingly for our safety. But this will not affect any kind of domestic water, of course. People thinking that they're going to be water back up in their homes. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Madam Chair, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you so much,
Madam Chair.
Okay. Vice Chairman Robinson.
Thank you. And thank you all for following up on this. And I appreciate the thought. To Mr. State Fire Marshal, if I may ask you a question, and I appreciate how you answer or presented your position. From what you've seen across the state, 159 counties, I don't know if there's a fire marshal per each one or regionalized based on size, but have you seen our approach to how we're doing this? It's how we're doing it, not what. In other words, this appears to be a one-off, where I guess now you finally told us what it was. The largest economic development project at that time in the state's history. It's in my district. I get it. All right. So the question is, why do I have to change the power or the authority with the fire marshal? Couldn't we just make that decision by itself, or it has to be vested in the fire marshal? And my concern is I just don't want this to get away. In other words, if I got to change the role of the fire marshal to make this decision, then okay, why can't we just? I'm trying to understand. I understand sovereignty, and I'm not where you're at. So can you explain how that works? Again, if it's the fire marshal solely, it has nothing to do with the board of commissioners because that's up at the state level. I just need to understand. We're looking for clarity.
Absolutely. Thank you for this opportunity to give a little explanation in that arena.
Yes, sir.
This morning, all I'm giving for the benefit of Chief Jolivet and this county commissioners meeting is that if the material itself is okay. I do not, as the state fire marshal in your jurisdiction, need to be involved in any way or whatsoever with regards to the approval or change in the product that you wish to use. The undergrounds, private fire service mains or public mains, all of that, those are local decisions made at your county level. And that is obviously just like you were having a discussion with your stakeholders. Certainly, I am offering nothing more than an opinion from the highest fire service entity in the state of Georgia that we have no objection to a community using this product.
Stay there. You're good. Excellent question. Excellent response to my question. You're good. So then I'll take it to the next. So then I guess it'll be up to my peers to weigh in to give this. Can I get a legal opinion? County attorney, weigh in on this, or HR? Again, I'm back to why can't we just make the decision versus giving the power to something that will live on? If it's a one time, I just want to. I haven't taken a real position yet, but I just want the question answered. It's how we're going about doing this. Like, why can't we just make a decision and say, yes, we do this one time, but we're saying we're giving ongoing authority to the fire marshal at a local level. Why are we doing it that way?
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Certainly, I will allow anyone that want to weigh in at this point, but I would certainly like to just chime in a little bit and say I believe the purpose of just having the opinions rendered today was based on the quality of the product. We wanted to know if it was a quality product and would it be acceptable as opposed to what we're using now, because we need another tool in our toolbox. So I believe that's what the charge was given to the fire chief, and certainly I had conversations with Brian Keel and asked him to please join us from WSA as well. And what I'm hearing, they just validating that the quality of the product is acceptable in their opinions. So anyone else want to speak? Certainly, I believe you said HR. I don't think they would have it.
Yeah, Madam Chair, but to that point, I guess as a single vote, I get it.
Right.
I got the product, but I want my question answered. It can't be sidestepped. Somebody must answer my question. I'm not saying you, of course. I mean, obviously we sit here, but they've got to answer the question, which is, I hear it, I get the product. I'm like, but you still got to explain why.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes, please, somebody weigh in and get
It's Bill, but before Attorney Coleman weighs in. So when we had our meeting last, the question arose, well, why? And the discretion for the fire marshal was always embedded in this section of the code, but it only applied to the location of where fire hydrants would go or how distant they needed to be apart from each other. There was no latitude on the type of pipe that was being used, but various other elements in this section did have discretion built in for the fire marshal. And so what he needed to do was correct the amount of discretion to include the addition of the plastic pipe. So if it meets his safety standard, he can allow the dimensions of where a fire hydrant might go or the type of pipe used in a fire hydrant might be. And that's specifically why he was asking for this slight addition. He always had some discretion. Now you've given him just that smidge more discretion over the type of pipe.
No, you guys have done a great job with this meeting by having these various stakeholders come to the table and explain to us. Because sometimes it's just not to be a yes or a no. I want to know, and I'm educated enough to ask the questions. Bill, you did an excellent job. I'm feeling better based on that. It's not just because. You don't give votes just because. Can y'all
need everyone to mute their mics, please?
And so you've done a great job, Bill. Thank you for that final response. And now we've come full circle. I feel better that my question got answered for my vote for what I needed to do. And so that's important. It can't be invalidated. So I'll yield to my peers if they want to carry this. I'm good. I'm sure you'll flow on this topic. We're good.
Okay. Any other questions for it or comments? Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Schaefer. I believe you have the next one as well, don't you? Get back to me.
Do I?
No, you don't.
I'm done. Sorry.
You're done. We were on a roll with you for a second. We're going to move on board to tab number 16, authorization to purchase a 2023 Ford Explorer SUV for the Parks and Recreation Department at state contract pricing at a total cost of $41,078 to be funded through the 2018 SPLOST funds allocated for equipment as recommended by the Parks and Recreation Oversight Committee. Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation, Chad Griffin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. We're looking to purchase this SUV for park use. Currently, our fleet for Parks and Rec is mostly maintenance pickups and park security pickups. We'll use this vehicle to inspect parks. Mr. Dukes will use it to host any vendors or contractors or commissioners that come to visit our parks. And also, we've done a lot of staff training this past year, and we quickly realized that we didn't have a vehicle to get staff around to these trainings. So with that, yield the floor back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Director. Any questions for it? Thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to move on. You're welcome. We're going to move on to tab number 17. Request for authorization to advertise for request for proposal, which is an RFP, for a new backup E911 facility. Our managing director, James Worthington, will be speaking this morning. Board, I asked him, we are against the clock on two projects, the coroner's office and the E911 center. And I asked him to bring this information to the board today and present. You have the floor, managing director.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. As the Madam Chair just mentioned, I'm sure you're aware we're in the process or actually just finished the process of closing on selling the property that contains the existing backup 911 facility and the existing coroner's facility. We've transferred that over to the city of Douglasville for their Town Green project. As part of that, we have 24 months to vacate that parcel. And so we need to get going pretty quick on these facilities. So I have been in discussions with Director Katrina Harley from the 911 about this facility and what she's looking for. I've talked with Director LaTanya Ammons about what our process needs to be. She has recommended we go forth with the RFPs so that we can find someone that's very specialized in this field. So for the backup 911 facility, they're looking for just over 4,000 square feet. Looking for a hardened facility. You might think of like an old style fallout shelter, something that will survive, you know, tornadoes or earthquakes, fire, any kind of natural disasters. Because really you need that facility to remain online longer than anything else. So what we're looking at is a county-owned parcel that I believe was purchased for this use 10, 15 years ago. It's on Central Church Road. It's about 2.5 acres. And we're looking to get an RFP for a designer to come in, hear all the needs, go through everything, and come up with a suitable design. And then, of course, we'll have to bring that back to you guys to get a contractor on board down the road. I think that's it.
Thank you so much, Managing Director. Any questions for
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair?
Sure. All right. Since we're combining these, that's fine. I don't want to go detail. I'll let you guys that up here is handle it. So you've got E91 and the coroner in the same building. Now we'll come back to the public comment. The role of the coroner is important. It cannot be invalidated or marginalized for salary increases. I will never buy that argument. These are our relatives, our friends that have to be taken care of. That's insulting to me to even suggest that as a false argument for a trade-off. It is a service that must be performed. It needs a building. I've been in a building, I know it's in there. And again, one more time, trying to treat it as if it's the sanitation worker of humans. It's just, we keep bringing this up and it keeps being insulting. We don't need to give, like, well, the board made a decision to accommodate the city and all its, you know, economic development and amphitheater and stuff, which I thought was great cooperation. Still got to provide it. You get taxed, it's personal, it makes no sense for us to be asked to take a position on, do we give a raise to the fire and EMS versus taking care of what? This is not some third world country. I mean, I was watching the funeral this morning. That's what this is insulting. There's a certain amount of dignity that needs to be done. Right? These are our people. And to sit here and listen to this and like, why would I need to meet with that offline? It's a false argument. Advocate for this if you want to advocate for that, and we'll get to that in policy later on with our HR and figuring out how do we level set and normalize salaries across the board. But to knock this down to do that is a false argument. Do better. Because it's like, okay, what are you saying? Just let it drop, let her fail. Don't give her no cars, don't give her no people, don't authorize her to deal with the volume of people that moved out here, the COVID deaths, so forth. Is that what you're saying? I cannot accept that. Now that's just me as an argument. She needs services, she needs support like any other elected person, but not to marginalize it. Right? That is that type of language that gets me like, what now? Right? And then you wonder why the reciprocal karma is like, well, what do you want me to do? And that you're not listening. What do you mean? I need to reflect on that. I mean, look at the funeral this morning. Right? I mean, it's with dignity, decorum. Right? I mean, these are relatives. Some of these are our friends. Some of them, we may not know them, but it's how you close out the process. This ain't this ain't Sparta. We throw people over. It's not apocalypto. Where do you think we live? Why would you have such a position against funding for something that is so core? They need HVs to work. They don't need vermin in there, right? These are, I'll just throw it over to the side. It's just the marginalization of just, I support what you're looking at. I'm gonna let y'all work through this as a board. I just want to know now how you gonna fund this right now, and what source you're gonna use. But I'm okay with the RFP process. I think that in the next 56 days, we'll find out what type of funding source we may or may not have available. But that is the trade-off, and that is on my list of things to make sure, like, okay, guys, it's on the list. Now, it's a trade-off. You got to do these two. You have to. So that means that something else going to get compromised in the general fund. All right, mark that general fund as being a potential source. And I'd like to know what the dollar amount is. We don't have to solve this now, because again, until you get in there and Mr. Worthington, I know you as a senior guy, you know what we'll be looking for. Right now, you're just asking to go out based on some type of square footage, and I have no problem. Let's see what they have to say, and then with the board can go from there. So to your point, we got to go. We need the intelligence. So I don't know if it was an RFP or RFQ, but if that's what procurement said, we should do an RFP, then so be it. But I'm sure I just want to respond earlier. Thank you. I have nothing else to say on this. I yield.
Madam Chair, can I add in a couple of things I failed to mention? So I am handling these as two separate projects because I think they'll have two distinct paths forward. I think they need two separate design groups because they're kind of specialty facilities each. One with the surgery suite, if you will, or body cooler exam room, and then the other with, basically all kinds of communications and life support, if you will, after disaster. So they're going to need backup power, water, communication. So two separate facilities, and we're looking for specialty designers to be able to do each. Obviously, the reasoning behind both is the same. So the starting point's the same, but we're going to end in two separate portions. Funding for the backup 911 facility is potentially going to be completely covered under some fees that 911 has collected for numerous years. And I don't know if Director Harley wants to comment on that or Chief Jolivet, but I think the funding for it will be completely covered. And I have had extensive conversations with her, and I think we've got a good path forward on it. And I can talk about the coroner's office now, or I can give you more details if you want to handle them separately. Whatever you prefer, Madam Chair, you tell me.
Yeah, I want to handle each topic separately.
Okay, so we'll move on from this, and then.
Yeah, so we've answered the question in terms of funding for the E911. You provided the board with the potential location. Sounds like the land has already been purchased. It was purchased years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
Particular project. So I believe we're, and certainly we could provide the board, or you would provide the board with additional information as needed. But me and you met, we had to meet because the clock is that the sale became complete between the city and the county. I knew we needed to get out of the gate. I've seen things drag in this county, and this one is, we can't afford to miss. We have to be out of that, off the land in 24 months, and hopefully we could be off the land within 18. We just want to make sure we're comfortable. And certainly I echo you, Commissioner Robinson. My heart was really hurt this morning by the coroner's office because we have promised, this administration has promised the citizens of Douglas County we would take care of our citizens from sunrise to sunset. So I was touched as well. I just wanted to just comment. So if there are no questions regarding this E911 RFP that we're trying to get out the gate on, and I appreciate the board's consensus or just thoughts if you have any, we're going to move on.
Yeah, related. So there's the source of funding,
yes.
Which actually do it, the contractor. Will there be oversight? And this is obviously going to come back to Project Management 101. Hopefully we're not saying, and maybe you can answer, or Senior Director Worthington is, now how you going to oversee this? You got DDS, you got potentially 2 buildings coming online. I know you're trying to oversee this. I'm giving him a softball up, so he needs to answer it correctly. How are you going to be able to deal with that? Is that part of the RFP procurement? Pay attention. You know, we directors, you guys do a great job of overseeing delivery of services. But when we get in these one-off and these construction, this is not what y'all do. And we get to your, I'm sure we get behind. So can y'all answer this now, please, somebody? How you gonna handle this? How you gonna oversee this? What's your approach to overseeing? What's your thoughts? I mean, this is the time to say it. If we need to design in additional oversight or delivery, then you need to tell us now, so that when we authorize this RFP, it's not just this, and we have to come back like, well, I didn't know we needed a project manager, and then y'all try to oversee this like, you know, you can't handle this. Y'all don't have the capacity. Go ahead.
So, Vice Chair, I appreciate you bringing that up, and that's a wonderful point. So, obviously, I would welcome external oversight on this, and I do believe we have some on-call consultants that specialize in this kind of project management. So I would obviously welcome that if the board's on board with that. If they're opposed to that, I would assume the oversight would fall on me, and I will do my best to make it happen. As you mentioned, I do have a number of other projects and a number of other departments, but I'll make it work if I need to.
Okay. Thank you so much, Director. Managing Director, I believe our Vice Chair just saying it needs to be added to the scope of the RFP. So
put it in there. Continue. The board come back and make the decision.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I think we heard it loud and clear. I heard it. I read between the lines. All right. If there's nothing else.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
I heard Commissioner Mitchell. I think I heard Commissioner Mitchell.
Wait for Madam.
Okay, Guider.
Guider, yes.
Commissioner Guider.
Okay, I was just going to say that since these are specialized buildings, that perhaps we could go around and visit some of the other surrounding counties, like the chair referred to this morning, that they were building facilities like this. Go talk to them. If they've gone through the construction of their building, what would they change? Where did they mess up? And get some, expert opinion, because these are specialized buildings, and I would suggest that we visit other surrounding counties about our size, in the population bracket that we're in. So with that, I just yield back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Guider. Guess what, great minds think alike. We're already planning a field trip, particularly for the coroner's office, because we need some definitive information. We want to look at the advances in technology. There are places, our James Worthington just mentioned, there may be an examining room. We need an x-ray for, just to determine cause of death. And then we need a freezer. And the freezer itself would not be a freezer, just a little storage room outside a unit. You would be able to walk inside of a room, and it has the temperature range that would allow the bodies to stay, the deceased to stay at a temperature that's needed to prevent decompensation. So thank you so much, Commissioner, and I'll yield the floor to you, Commissioner Mitchell. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question. So, James, are we still looking at the site that we've had conversations about over near the Selman, or are there other sites that we're speaking of?
All right. So for the backup 911 facility, which is what we're discussing at this particular instant, it's on Central Church. And I don't have the option to share my screen. I was going to share a map, but I see it here. If you don't mind, I'll share this real quick. Can you guys see that screen?
No, not at this one. There, yes, we see it now.
Okay, so the red line here is Highway 5. And then here where my cursor is Kings Highway. And this is Central Church going east to west. So where the red dot is where the parcel is. So I'm going to zoom way out for a minute, but you'll see it's geographically, it's very centrally located in the county. So, I mean, it's almost in the geographic center of the county. One of the things the Director Hartley was looking at was trying to not be near, say, I-20, or if there's some kind of hazardous waste accident, not be near the railway, same scenario there. And then geographically, you want them separated between your two offices. So if there's a tornado or some type of natural disaster, it's very, very unlikely to take out both that are spread across some geographic distance. So this parcel of land, oops, sorry, my computer's acting a little funny. It's about 2.5 acres. Let me slide back over here. It's where this red dot is. So there's a Dollar General across the street, a church. I think this is a CVS. The farm to tables up here. So a good central location out of the way. And I'll share the same screen in just a moment for the coroner's office when we get to that, if that's okay, or I can do it right now if you prefer.
If you would, please.
All right, so.
And, okay.
For the coroner's office, we're looking at, if you're familiar with the multimodal transportation center where Connect Douglas is, and the addition that has been made for risk and safety, kind of up behind the courthouse. Sorry, my computer's running a little bit slow here. All right, so obviously this is the courthouse here, transportation center here, Woody Fight, and the jail. So one of the key parameters we were looking at for the coroner's facility is to not be around residential areas. We wanted it to be in a commercial or industrial area. We didn't want to have high visibility from any residences that are in the neighborhoods or anything. So I've had many discussions with the coroner and some of her deputies talking about their needs as well. And this parcel came up as a real likely suitable fit for us. It's about 2.5 acres that the county already owns. It was already graded about 15 years ago, so there's a pine thicket on it right now. But as far as grading goes, it would be quick and easy. There's already water, sewer, fiber, everything up right there. All your utilities are nearby. It's kind of on the government campus, if you will, with all amongst our other buildings. And yet it's still very accessible, interstate, Hospital Drive, Chapel Hill, all of that, but it's kind of off the beaten path as far as not being able to be seen routinely by a subdivision or anything like that. So that's the parcel we were looking at. I have some real conceptual layouts that just kind of show that it would fit on there because it's kind of a small parcel. But I did have discussions with the coroner. I don't know if she's online or not right now, but I think they were really happy with that location. And, like I said, we had some initial layouts showing parking lots that were separate for the county-owned parking vehicles, the vans, and then the public to be able to come up. Part of the design of that facility, things they were looking for, was a Sally Port type design where you could pull inside the building with your van, unload bodies directly into the cooler, but do it behind closed doors. So it wasn't, for respect for the bodies, it wasn't available to be viewed by, outsiders or the public. As I mentioned before, there likely needs some kind of examination room or an autopsy suite, offices, backup generator will be required there for the cooler. The cooler is kind of the key facility in that. The cooler will need to be larger than what they have now. And then I have talked to some other local jurisdictions about what they have, what they wish they had, what they would have done different. And kind of what we were looking at initially was around 5,000 square feet. And after talking with some of the other facilities, that seems like a pretty good starting point. And they had some good information about things we need as far as the examination suites. I keep wanting to call it surgery suite, but it's not really surgery at that point, I guess. But that we were invited to come look at some of their facilities, so we can definitely set up a field trip, if you will, and go look at some of these get some ideas of what we really need. So we're not doing this on a whim. Same thing, we're looking for an accomplished designer that has done this before, because this is kind of a unique facility, not your average concession stand, if you will. So we're looking for somebody in this RFP that will have specialty expertise design in this. And the same thing, we would look for a project manager that would be able to oversee that facility as well.
Got it. Okay. And I too have seen, heard, and kind of spoken with a few others. And you're right. That's an interesting specialty that you would want somebody to kind of deal with. Any idea with the numbers game? Any ideas of, because I mean, there's numbers that's been as high as almost $3 million. I mean, but
sure.
Any roundabout that what kind of the goal is? Keep it at 5,000 or keep it at something less than that to keep it in this range and build out down the road? I mean, kind of what's that thought process?
So as far as size, and again, we don't have a design yet. That's what the purpose of this is. So this is just basic square footage numbers. So these are just rough estimates, but based on some of the other projects we've got ongoing at the time for commercial type facilities, we're looking at about $400 per square foot on a coroner's facility. So at 5,000 square feet, that would be $2 million. At 6,000 square feet, that would be $2.4 million. So I was kind of looking in the $2 to $3 million range. Again, it'll be depending on the design, but when I give that range, it's primarily because of the specialty equipment that we'll need. So it's hard to account for coolers and say a autopsy suite in a general square footage, because that is specialized equipment, and it'll be all stainless steel medical grade equipment. And I don't have prices on that yet, but I'm assuming it's not going to be cheap.
No. I get it.
As far as the backup 911 facility, they're looking at about 4,200 square feet. Their square footage costs are going to be significantly higher. On 911 facilities, Director Harley has said she has been checking around and seeing between $500 and up to $900 a square foot, because again, you're kind of building a fallout shelter, if you will. So the last building standing. But in that range, if you're looking at 4,000 square feet, even at $900 a square foot would be $3.6 million. So I had to kind of assumed that would be about a $4 million project. Again, this is without any design at this stage. So I hope I'm fairly accurate on these numbers, but I think it's a good jumping off point. 911 has their funding set aside for this, and they have enough to cover that. The coroner's facility at the $2 to $3 million, as far as I know, we have the $750,000 that was the sale price for the old facility. And then I believe there was $500,000 set aside in the ARP funds. So we have $1.25 million accounted for already, and we have the potential to need another, $1 to $1.5 million, depending on how the design goes.
That's correct. Okay, and I get they both are specialty bills, so I get that. So I mean, at least I just want to, at least for the record and for the board and everybody else, to kind of make sure that they think it along this line. From the financial side of it to the build out side of it, where is the location potentially, and I know that's not guaranteed that is the location, but at least that's a land cost that we want to incur, as a county. So, but outside of that, I mean, I'm glad we kind of moving this right along, and sounds good at least thus far, but we just got to get through the RFP, I guess, or RFQ, whichever one we deal with first, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
And
Jay.
one other point on well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead. You're fine. Go ahead.
So being able to start on a property that we already own, being that we already own those parcels, that will cut out several months of time, that we would have to go through the acquiring of those parcels, and we'd have to do environmental background checks and appraisals and all of that. So being that we already own these, that's going to decrease the time period significantly. So I just want to put that out there that we can make these work. That would be wonderful for the process.
understood in hopes that when we do get to that point of build out, that we look at somebody who's looking at a combo deal versus an individual deal. But the cost of lumber and concrete and so on is just at an extreme high. And that part you'll have to deal with, not you, but in general, we'll have to deal with. And that's something that we can't control though. But okay, that's all I got, James. Thanks again. I appreciate it. And Madam Chair, like you.
Madam Chair. Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Carthen, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I think it's still a good afternoon, Mr. Worthington. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I am good. Question, and you showing us where this could potentially be. Will there be any displacement? I do know that we have the homeless shelter over there, and I know that is city property where they are, but will this displace any of those residents?
Yep. So I believe there are some homeless folks on that parcel. I did put in an email to our chief judge to ask about who was there or whatever, but unfortunately he was on vacation. I believe he's going to be back this week. So I have not yet been able to have a conversation with him about it. So initial thoughts were on my end, if there's someone right there and there's nowhere else to move them to or have them displaced to, if they moved directly across the street, that street that's up there, there's a large wooded area up there that is also county property. Unfortunately, it's not as suitable for development because it's sloping, but it's not sloping bad enough you couldn't walk on it. It just makes, flattening out an acre or two a lot more expensive. So this particular parcel is already flat and has already been graded. So when it comes to time and money, it's the way to go. So, but obviously I'm at the direction, I'll do whatever the board's wanting to do. So just put that out there.
Yeah, I just know because I've taken food up there and I've, helped in so many ways up there, even setting up, helping to set up the solar panels, bringing a water sink
right
here. So usually Miss Leela Myers of the Bread of Life Ministries, she's the one, she and her husband, who really do facilitate and help with that. So I'm going to get you her number and
okay.
You can call her and coordinate with her and kind of get her thoughts on it. Douglas County is not set up to house homeless. We don't even have a warming shelter in the county that the Douglas County, government owns. Again, we just don't have the funds to do as much as we would like to do for all of our citizens, which is one reason why I was really upset this morning when I found out we had a $2 million savings and we didn't even look at taking it in order to cover some of this, because if you keep listening, the theme is 2 million and 3 million today, and yet there was 2 million on the table. So we got to do some real soul searching and step back and look at the entire picture, because appropriation is what we do in order to facilitate all of these requests and services for the community. So I will get with you offline and give you that information, and we can take a look at that and see how we can work with the community if we must displace those citizens.
All right, thank you.
No problem. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carthen. I believe to your question, I would certainly want to chime in and answer your question, Commissioner Carthen. Certainly there is a remedy, and in my opinion, certainly we're waiting on a response from the Chief Judge. But Sanctuary Village is something that's under construction. Should be almost, I believe, hopefully he'll have his Chief Judge will have grand opening real soon. And I believe it will house at least 26 of our citizens that are homeless here. So there is an alternative remedy if we go with that land. I'm just want to speak to him to see what his thoughts are as well. But that's what I'm thinking in my mind. So Commissioner Guider, I see you turn your camera on.
Yes, I just wanted to say, I don't want the public to get upset. It's not autopsy room, it's exam room where they take pictures and things like that. Autopsies are done by the GBI. Yes. So it doesn't have to be a sterile type thing like the autopsy rooms do. And as far as moving the homeless camp, we have a road there too. We could have the driveway to the coroner's office actually dead end into the road that goes up to it, so we could utilize the width of the road also. But the homeless camp could be moved, I believe, could be moved down because the tents would not have to be on, would not take as much space as a building. So they could certainly pitch their tents in that area. And I think there's showers or either a water spigot or something like that, restrooms, that we could find a place down there. And it wouldn't even be seen from the road. It isn't now. So that is an ideal place for something like the coroner's office. And I'm glad that we've got the property, because that cuts the cost of construction. So we don't have to build another. This morning, I don't want to dismiss Ms. Bachtel's recommendation too. Have you even looked at the jail if there's room? Because I do know that sometimes the coroner's office is attached to the jail. So have you even looked to see if there's room there?
So I have not looked at the possibility of doing a kind of an attached facility, if you will, over to the jail. But I can certainly look into that. I'll reach out to the sheriff, hopefully this afternoon, according to how the rest of the meetings go today. But
I just wondered
as soon as possible.
If we had an option of any kind. So anyway, with that, I just yield back. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify the terminology there. People get upset saying nobody's qualified to be to do an autopsy, but it's an exam room. Okay. Thank you.
Certainly a medical examiner would do that. And I'm going to pick up you just 1 second, Vice Chair. I got you. I just wanted to mention the utilization of the jail may be a compromise, it may be a conflict, Commissioner Guider, simply because you need air, you need negative pressure, air pressure, and you need positive air pressure. Simply if you have the bodies in there, you make sure we look at the air pressure in those particular rooms. Those coroner offices are designed similar to hospitals. So let's make sure before we try to save money and cut costs that we do it, we're very efficient and we don't compromise the health of the employees, the coroner, and anybody that's in that building, because you have to have negative pressure in one room and positive in the other. So let's make sure.
I was talking about a new structure off the jail. So
off the jail. I thought you said in the jail. Okay, because we can't utilize the jail. All right, thank you. Vice Chair, you have the floor. I'm so sorry. Vice Chair.
It's okay. I'm just listening to. I like listening to my peers. Interesting perspectives. Madam AC, I would like to have a copy of all vacant land that the county owns. Edward Dean can provide that. He's provided that at least twice over my 14 years. I want to know what's left. Acreage, where it's at, address. All he has to do is refresh the report. That's my first ask. All vacant land that county owns. I want an updated version of that and provide to my peers as well. Second, I don't want to get into the weeds of design. We just said that it's specialized, and here we are trying. I just shook my head like, here we go. But it is specialized, and again, I agree with the comments about this spend. Now, this is it's like statutory. You will provide for a coroner. This ain't gonna be a debate. Now we're shading, and I get it. We're gonna do the 911, and y'all will find a space for it. I'm gonna lay off that because I know you gotta provide for both. I gotta provide for both. So I'm going back to Madam CFO and Roslyn. We got this. We'll deal with this in finance. Like, all right, they ain't paying attention. We ain't left that $2 million on the table for nothing. We just let it come this way. Like, okay, y'all ain't paying attention. Y'all ain't paying attention. You gonna burn through that? It's a set. You're setting yourselves up. You're missing the whole point. You got real savings. These guys went and did an analysis like, look, you got $2 million in here. But then all I've heard is a spend. They found $2 million real cash that you're going to have to pay out your general fund. You know how fast you can go in the general fund? I keep telling you not, you're not listening. It's like one of those where I'm out. As I said, there will not be a third time. It would not be a third time. And so it was like, all right, let me get out your way. This is real money, guys. And we're making real decisions on 2 buildings. I haven't seen that with the E91 guy. I know there's a separate fund. I want to see what it was. Quit telling me what it is. Show us. These are good stories. And it's the okie doke. I'm like, okay, that's enough of this. Prove it. Show your evidence. Don't tell a good story that we got this. Show me. I'd like to see how much money we got. Show us they got room for this. And I'm not discounting it, but the point is, guys, help us look like we got this. So we're making these trade-offs, because what happens is that we're leaning at things like we can just go this way. Like, okay, but how you gonna fund it? James got to go. So we're pretty much doing administrative. All right, go ahead, man. Y'all know what we're doing? We're committing. But yet you ain't got your funding. So, all right, go through the RFP, RFQ, but you keep cutting things off that helps absorb it. And it makes no sense of why you can't process, why we're not taking that up. That was the whole point, was to get these guys to take a look at something that, not procurement, Madam HR, Madam Finance, we knew you guys weren't here at this time, but look what we're dealing with. Look where the board is at. We now have staff that can help us get through this, but we're in motion. We got to go today. Today. So that curve for y'all is going to be steep. But our decision is today. We got to get out. Look, think about the average citizen. The landlord comes, puts you out. Look, y'all going to move the homeless? I can't believe it. Madam McCarthy, I'm sitting here like that. That is what? We're moving down the street. Oh, really? Wow, look at the language. Look how we move on our own citizens. Like, yeah, we just move down the street. It's no big deal. You disrupt your life. They're in the way. No big deal. You got all that other land. Always convenient. We care. I hear you. But I want to come back to the money. I'm just stay on point. Get the money right. That I won't let y'all drop. Get the money right. And that conversation is not over, because there's no way. Like, okay, now how you gonna get through this budget process? And we're being obligated to all these other things. We've been here before. But we get obligated. Y'all are over leveraging, and how y'all stacking what y'all about to go do. There will never be a second time. And that will not be back in 2019. Where y'all are just stacking and stacking. Don't worry, Commissioner Mitchell, I won't let this one go over the cliff. Where are you going? I mean, you gotta listen, because this morning's conversation was just sort of like, it was like an awkward, like you didn't want to even listen to the findings. And we're stuck in a committee like, well, we are the appeal. Like, who's driving this? Why aren't y'all listening to this? But then we're getting here into 2.5 hours of spend. I'm with Ms. Bechtel for a different reason. Like, guys, we're doing the right things by bringing in these consultants and these experts to sort of tell us, like the Corbins, all these people say, they're telling us the truth. Like, okay, guys, you can't sustain this. So the very things we do to put ourselves in this, you're going to regress back down just by these decisions. Like, guys, how y'all going to do this? But no, we got to say it now, because you're making a decision now. Yes, you have to feel this. It can't be like, we can't even fake the moment. Like, we really got this. Like, but y'all not saying the right things. You're not lining it up. Like, but you're going to tell James when we get off this to go. All right, I've made my point. I yield, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. All right, thank you so much, Director Worthington. We look forward to you, and of course, moving forward. Hopefully, we'll have to vote tomorrow. Is this a vote?
Thank you.
Okay.
It's just authorized to.
It's authorized. Yeah.
Right? So,
We just want
information.
Yep, that's all we need. Some information so we can go forward, because the time is of the essence. All right, Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to the next item because we've already covered the coroner's office. We're going to move to tab number 19, authorization to utilize 2016 SPLOST reimbursable funds in the amount of $1,122,624 to purchase 2 tanker trucks at $561,312 each under a cooperative purchase agreement to provide service to the east and west rural areas of Douglas County, as well as the I-20 corridor, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents subject to final legal review. Chief Roger Jolivet, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, citizens. Thank you for allowing us to serve you. We did not take this, bring this item forward lightly. Looking at our ISO mitigation, through our evaluation, through our community risk assessments, we have determined that this is a critical need. Commissioner Robinson, when he said that growth, traffic, volume of people, all those things, we're constantly doing assessment of our county, and as we look at it, based on ISO and everything, back in 2017, we took a hit due to not having availability of water in certain areas. But just on I-20 alone, I was on there the other day, and the truck actually caught on fire right just a few cars ahead of me. And this project in itself will help us with our being prepared. But before I go any further, I'd like to just, first of all, thank our first responders who are very appreciative of everything that this Board of Commissioners have done for them in terms of equipment, getting them what they need. And what I'm really thanking today is because they are actually doing the recruiting for our county. They are going out, talking to their peers and their colleagues. And this weekend, I spent the weekend working on making job offers to 4 paramedics, 6 firefighter EMTs, and they're talking about the benefits, best benefits in the state, good work conditions and all that. So I want to be clear, make this clear in terms of record for the public that our first responders are happy, they're very appreciative, and they're doing their jobs. And lastly, I've been in this business since 1981, 41 years, and this is a great place to be right now. So I'm coming to you in hopes to have some consideration for 2 tanker trucks. Again, one for the east side and one for the west side. They both will be positioned, one on Post Road and 78 Veterans Memorial Highway, another one Station 7, which is down Veterans Memorial Highway, and they have quick access. Both units will have quick access to I-20, and they also can cover the rural areas that don't have hydrants. And that's where we are today. We're just asking for some consideration to continue to make our county as safe as we can make it. And I just thank this Board of Commissioners for all that you've done. I don't take it lightly for what you do for taking care of the citizens in our personal.
Thank you so much, Chief. Board of Commissioners, being that I serve as the chairman of the Fire and EMS Committee, I appreciate your listening ears this morning regarding the need and urgency for tankers here in Douglas County. Certainly the command staff, and certainly Chief is part of that command staff, brought to my attention that we don't have tankers in Douglas County. We never have. We've been in mutual aid status for probably the last, as long as the fire department has been established here in Douglas County. The county is growing. We need to respond quickly. 20 is a very, very busy thoroughfare, and we need to certainly manage the unexpected. That's what we do in my field, who I served 40 years in, and I understand what it means to respond. The rural areas I've had citizens reach out and talk about the distance of the fire hydrants in proximity to their homes, and certainly they want their homes to survive as well as ours, the ones that have a fire hydrant across the street, such as myself. Certainly want to make sure that the tankers, I believe, Chief, carry 3,000 gallons of water. It serves as a pumper as well as a tanker, correct? And it's something that we need to, hopefully this board would consider. There you go, Chief, if you could take it.
Yes, ma'am. 3,000 gallons of water, and also it can serve as a pumper to pump if need be. And also we've done our research in terms of getting with the WSA, the Water Sewer Authority, and they have also trying to educate the community that don't have hydrants to let them know that we're still going to protect them, but this just be another thing that will help us out for the ISO rating as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief. Board of Commissioners, any questions regarding?
Chair?
Okay, Vice Chair.
No, I appreciate, again, when we're talking, I like to listen to the narrative. So, all right, so we're adding something to the list. We're moving something in the west. I'm talking out loud. So I've got mutual aid on Thornton Road that's been there, that was advocated for. You have 4 bays and equipment that needs to go in there. Y'all are under construction. Your spouse is about to be ended next year, 9 months, give or take. I still don't know what all cash is there. I'm like, you got to put personnel behind that. That's $2 to $4 million worth of staff that y'all are leaving on the table. One more time, do you see the big picture, or we just having a conversation? Because I'm saying, okay, now y'all see this trick? Like, all right, look, y'all moving the list around. Like, I'm fine. I get the committee chair. Okay, right. You moving the list around. I was like, no, we're this, like, okay, we're validating it based on the current need of ISO, but that wasn't part of the conversation. We created the original list, but I'm cool. Again, just be transparent, right? And so now there's impacts. I can't see, but I see everything. Just like, I see it. I hear you. Now I don't have any, I'm just gonna see what the peers gonna do, but again, I'll get this in finance, like, okay, guys, we need to know what's really going on. But they keep making decisions and they're not seeing the impact on other decisions that are already in play. And something's going to get compromised. Their logic is not adequate to be able to support what they're doing. We keep stuffing the bus. And I get the need. The need is greater than our that we can carry. So it's not an issue about the need, guys. You only have so much capacity. So be honest about what's coming. But again, them commercial buildings be like, yeah, but I carry half your digest on Thornton Road. Oh, we contribute significantly. Them car dealerships and stuff that we've been doing mutual aid, but still for quite some time. That was the whole point of putting on spots in 16. That was being aware and awake about how to advocate. Now, I get you spot in the West and the rationale for it, and ISO. I get it, but okay. I just want to see that. Do you see it? I don't have a problem with adjustments. See how on one hand we're saying keep the list fixed, keep the spots fixed, but then here we are just, woo, look at this. That's what I'm saying. You got to pay attention to all of it. That Jedi mind trick on these lists, like, okay, stop that. I'm looking dead at it. So financially, I'm like, okay. I don't have a problem. I get the ISO just as long as y'all understand trade-off. Back to finance, we're gonna have what is gonna make it, what may make it because of appreciation. Look, we done went from $300 square foot to $400. We ain't even got through the year yet. Let these midterms hit. Y'all ain't paying attention. You're not. You're going too fast. You're throttling like we're just like, guys. If you're in the market, you gotta know how, like, okay, you can't just top it off. Like, no, hedge now. It's like, are you really listening? And it's like, well, we ain't got to worry about it. The taxpayer, we not the feds. We can't print money. You can't. There will not be enough. So anyway, I'm going to keep driving this home, but it's going to be from the soul. Like, no, this is going to show what everybody really understands. See, we hide sometimes behind decisions. I'm going to force it out. Like, okay, now let's show the public what we really understand. Do we understand the impact? Y'all mark this day and look at this spend. And if we don't adjust, you'll see. And it's not the point of being right. It's like, I have no more advantage over math as the next guy who's looking at us make this decision. They're like, what are y'all doing? Our conversation is off. I care too. I care, like, guys, I'm trying to get y'all to get this now. Y'all know I'm rolling with y'all. Handle it. Look, handle it. Tick-tock, tick-tock. So anyway, one more time, I get it. I heard you, Madam Chair, work with us. You retravelate your list. There you go, nudging. There you go, flipping that list. I'm cool, but are you seeing the impact? So I'm back to that $2 million. So, all right, I yield the floor. I think everybody heard me. I yield, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chief, did you have your hand up? If not,
I just want to just respond. And one thing we did do as well is talk with our Madam CFO and also Rosalind Miller, Mr. Good. I know we made sure that we had a funding path as well as proceeding with caution as well. So I just want to reiterate that this is really critical, and we understand about the funding paths and everything. We want to make sure we be good stewards and have something in the end to take care of when you take care of it. And when I get to the discussion item on Station 9, I'll bring that up as well.
You know, and I appreciate that, Chief. Again, that's the whole point of having a single view. You're having your conversations. We show up every 2 weeks. You live 24/7, right? So our point, we're in asking our questions. Please understand, we just want answers so we get a better feel. It's not that y'all got the answers. We don't. We're the ones we make the decision, right? So again, we come in here and we got to get right at it. So hopefully this will be the last time. We want to go faster, tighter, quicker, get to it. Like, tell us what we need to know versus us having to go through this. Like, okay, are y'all getting it? Are y'all not prepared to have these tough conversations of the trade-off? Yes, you ask your question independently, but again, okay, it's all related. And we're counting dollars here. We're like, y'all looking at the spend today? Did y'all see the spend today? Ms. Bechtel, I'm with you. And I hear y'all saying that, well, we got money. Like, no, we don't. We, as a board, do not know that. We may individually have our own insight and our peeking in on things. But if you put us all together and say that we have the same information, we can make a single view. No, we don't. And we're working toward that. But let's not be delusional about what we're looking at. But you're good, Chief. I know you got a discussion item. We're fine. But again, this is all related. So by the time we get there, I want my peers to understand, are y'all paying attention? We'll have another conversation. And it's going to be a trade-off. So, Madam Chair, we're good.
Okay, thank you so much. And Board, the tankers will address both the east and the west side of the county, not just one side. All right, we're going to move on, Board of Commissioners, certainly to our next item. Thank you, Chief, for responding to the question today regarding the tankers and bringing it forward to the Board of Commissioners. Lisa, Clerk, could you read the next item for me, if you don't mind?
For the approval of expenses.
With the approval of expenses, Board of Commissioners be prepared to review your expenses today, and then Board of Commissioners be prepared to approve accordingly. The next item, Clerk.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Under discussion items, we have number 23, Fire Station number 9 for the Douglas Hill Road in Lithia Springs, update by Fire Chief Joe Levette.
Fire Chief, you have the floor.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair, the Commissioners, citizens. Thank you for allowing us to serve you. Just want to update the board and the citizens on Station 9. It's a Douglas Hill Road, Lithia Springs area. We are moving exceptionally well. Working with all our partners and everything. The architecture firm, they have the what building we want now in terms of size, and so what they're doing now is since they have the footprint, they're going to go ahead and do the soil sampling and continue the process from there, so we can have a product to present to the Board of Commissioners, to the citizens. We are at budget. We're not over budget. We're under budget in terms of what has been set aside for the project. We come to try to keep inflation from having an issue with us. So I'm happy to report that we're at a 4-bay station.
This is from the commercial side. Like, yes, they've always been patient against residential voters, but they take the cost on this, and we need it. Don't get me wrong. We're not against the fire or public safety in general. Got it. It just costs. And you guys are, like I said, we'll deal with that later. No, you got to deal with it now. We have to plan for it. So, Madam CFO is not here. I know out of fault at the end of this year.
If you could, Managing Director is supposed to bring some information back to the board regarding Amerisco. I know we had a projected, say, a majority vote of the benefit committee. Certainly, you all want to disband that committee and allow the board to go forward with your final decision. Sounds good to me. But of course, I'm interested to see on the Managing Director, I believe you were supposed to have Amerisco come back in and give the Board of Commissioners an update, so we can see if there's truly a true savings. It's, you can project, you can talk the talk and walk the walk, but where are the numbers? Mr. Worthington, do you have that for us?
Yes, ma'am. So basically I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my camera on here. The Amoresco contract included measurement and verification on an annual basis, and they're about to start that.
The floor.
Yeah, no, please don't get it wrong. The administration is responsible for leading. And when I guess when this was not certain where that was going, like you said, it's a break-even proposition. That's all it was supposed to do. These nasty toilets and stuff, inefficient buildings, right? Lights, nothing's been upgraded. The program was just supposed to break even. It realized what it's supposed to. Yeah, you got to pay for it, but it realized what it's supposed to in light of the COVID. And I'm like, so either staff does it or consultants does it. As our oversight is, it's like, okay, but what is the administration doing to be more efficient? That's what the answer is. So it's not our job to do it. You guys are to find solutions for either staff has the capacity and the competence to do it, or you find somebody who can come in and do it. But just doing the same old thing and like, guys, but you haven't, I don't want that to, there's not a challenge of like, we're on the same page, we're on the same team. Look that way. Look like we're like, okay, did we get done what we're supposed to? Like, God, yeah, we upgraded our lights, we replaced our plumbing, we did all those things. When citizens come in, like, guys, when y'all go do these public buildings, you got antiquated stuff. We all upgrade our light bulbs for efficiency. Now, man, you turn on some lights, man, they be cooking you, right? So I guess not certain where that it wasn't a challenge. I think we're not disbanding a committee. That's where I was going. That wasn't the point. It was just the board asked for, hey, come in and help us better understand. The committee looked at it, says no, but we need to hear what the findings were. The board commissioned it, and if it agrees with it, great. It is an appellate, but it's not to disband the committee. It's like, okay, just the decision. It says, okay, let's really look at this stuff. And the board always has the right to sort of take up if somebody wants to sponsor. But this is what it ain't personal. I just want to make sure this ain't personal. Look at the proposition, the proposal, the policy, the position, but it's not personal. So when I hear this resist, like, why resistance? Let's look at it. And if it makes sense, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But you got real problems that y'all got, we're trying to solve. And I'm like, okay, I'm not against any of it. I'm just saying, I'm gonna let you go. You got this. But you'll get it. And so when you say we're gonna kick the can, like, oh man, you're setting yourselves up because you got stuff that's in play. And it's always not, you're not gonna always get grants. You got changes of administrations, whether state and federal. Do you understand what you got in play that could change in a heartbeat every 2 years? Do you see the bigger picture? Like, guys, this ain't guaranteed. Y'all gotta hedge yourselves with each little step. Y'all just going ahead like, la, la, la. I'm like, okay. You can do it that way. And it's not right or wrong. It's not good versus evil. Like, okay, we'll let y'all go. All right, I'm sure we got to keep moving and let it go. I made my point. It wasn't a bad thing, but we're just trying to find solutions. We're trying to create atmospheres in which, okay, guys, we're trying to stimulate, like, oh, okay. Well, whatever the answer is, whomever it is, it's not about what this firm versus that firm. Like, bring solutions. These same people we meet, and we're all in Savannah. We're all meet people like, okay, guys, bring somebody forth, solve the problem, make us better, become more efficient. James, we've had these conversations. Remember, we had that when we went out with those 4 firms, Con Ed, Amoresco, ABN, and Train. Remember, like yesterday. Well, I remember they were trying to spot what Greystone versus Georgia Power originally. Let's not go backward. Well, I got a history for you. And we looked at this. We got an audit. We looked at like there's something that's realized because the point was, yeah, guys, there's a better way. If staff can't do it, but it's not just like we thinking that we are, you can be challenged on our performance. Like, guys, we can't do no better. So we put out the bid, including with the big providers, service providers. Like, okay, we just not gonna give them a contract. They need to compete. Open. Okay. All right, keep going, Madam Chair. Let's get on so we can get on. I won't go long on the next discussion item. Please trust me. Get in, get out.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chair. Any other questions, board? Then we're gonna move on to our last item before I call for an executive session. County Optimization Act, first reading, and I'm assuming this is you, Vice Chair.
May I, Madam Chair? Trust me, I'll get to see it now. This is just the first reading. I know we got it. May I?
You have.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, I don't know if it's you or Deputy Clerk. I'll call on y'all in just a second. To the public, as we did last year, I'd like to distinguish the difference between the executive branch and the legislative branch. The Board of Commissioners, those who are district, can any one of us can bring forth an item for discussion. Any two people can join and put it on the agenda to vote. That's part of our code. It's infallible. It's unfailable. That is our right. And so this is just something that we do every year to come alongside the executive branch as they bring forth their annual budget. The budget is a legislative action. We're maturing as relates to legislators. You know, up until this point, we really didn't have the support from a legal perspective to even shape any of the things that we could be doing. We've gotten so far behind. So, Madam Chair, this is not about the buildings and plumbing. Our legislation is so far behind, it's ridiculous. Like we got, I talked to our delegation, a couple of members, we have voids in our code. It's the operative word, voids in the code. Every now and then we need to clean it up, bring it forward. You know, the General Assembly, they have what, 40 days. I was talking like, no, we got 40 days. We got to get in and get out. You have 1,000 mills and they move. And if it makes it, it does. And yes, there's support, like, right. 4 days. They got to go. They said, y'all can take y'all time per se, but we got 4 days because ours is tied to, you know, what they got to do regarding the budget. Well, ours is the same way. So it's the end of the year. And like we did last year, we did some very good work in that Reform Act last year. And this is the next step in being more mature as district commissioners. And so what we've done is here is a set of items that have been aggregated over time. I need the deputy clerk, whoever is going to read. We're just going to read them as a first reading. This is just sort of like a pre-bill filings. This is the things that we're focused on. Obviously, Madam Chair, your staff has been involved and is aware that's where some of this input came from, which supports your budget per se. Obviously, our peers know that there's a process in which they can weigh in on anything. We know that there will be an administrative concurrence to add something or take something away. Pretty easy. And we are seasoned in that regard. No item will be discounted or invalidated or unrecorded. So anybody, they know, my peers know that they can just submit it in writing. We don't want to miss anybody's words. You guys submit your comments on anything that's being discussed. And of course, you can bring your own full packet. If you got a bill that you want to put in this, you know quite well that it will be taken up and that we can look at it in one full package. I just asked one question before we get in here. County Attorney, are you prepared to have a dedicated resource to us, somebody who's an attorney that knows how to shape legislation, not a paralegal, but a real attorney that is committed to this function probably over the next 90 days? Yes, no, sir. Are you out there?
Yes, I'm here, and we'll be prepared to have people available to work with you on a dedicated basis to assist in this project.
Thank you. All right, County Clerk, let's just keep going. This is just, Madam Chair, all we're asking for is a reading. We'll talk about the areas. Again, we're not trying to design anything at this particular point. So let's just hear it out. And this is for the public's sake. To the public, my commissioners, fellow commissioners, receive this in full staff, like you should have in the Dropbox, but they've had time to sort of at least get it. I know you guys are busy and it's the weekend, and whether you read it or not, I know we're all at September Saturdays, which was a great event. I won't belabor that point, but County Clerk, how will you handle this? You want to just read it straight through all 15 by themselves? I'm not going to pause on you. Just read it for the record. Which one are you going to do it, the deputy or you?
Hi, Vice Chair. I will be doing it, so I'll go ahead and start reading now, if that's okay.
Yes, you can. Take it.
Okay. It's titled Douglas County Board of Commissioners Optimization Act 2023, sponsor Vice Chairman Kelly Robinson, District 2 Commissioner, preparer Ivy Wright, Legislative Aid, District 2. Methodology, first reading, Monday, September 19th, 2022, at the work session. First round BOC submission, is planned for Tuesday, September 27th, 2022. Second reading is planned for Monday, October 3rd, 2022 at a work session. Second round BOC submission for Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. Final reconciliation and legal review is planned for Monday, October 31st, 2022 at a work session. Legislation vote is planned for Tuesday, November 14th, 2022. Purpose: the BOC desires to establish, affirm, amend, and/or abolish the following county ordinance or department policies in whole or in part. Also, the BOC desires to proclaim, resolve, and/or establish certain policy statements and propositions to guide, alter, clarify, and/or direct administrative plans. Department policies and ordinances. CB 10, alcohol. CB 10-1. The BOC desires to allow public consumption of beer, wine, and
we lost Lisa.
I believe we lost Lisa, so I'll pick up right there. I'll start over on the CB 10-1.
Okay.
The BOC desires to allow public consumption of beer, wine, and spirits in its public building and parks. Eliminate economic inequities with cities, enable consistency with established offerings such as taverns and restaurants limitations, control by the glass bottle or open bar, days and times of day, zoning implications, public safety impacts. CB 20, capital prioritizations, ARPA and SPLOST. CB 30, charter. CB 30-1, the BOC desires to clarify and strengthen roles and duties for certain offices established via local legislation, selection, termination, evaluation, compensation, terms, offices of county clerk, county attorney, county manager, and associated deputies. CB 40, Community Service Board. CB 40-1, the BOC desires to coordinate justice and the health system, reduce, residualization and duplicacy, establish a streamlined service delivery model, including both community partners and governmental agencies, ensure equal and direct mental health assistance, increase social service access, restructure case management, post re-entry and recovery, maximize diversion opportunities for training, justice, and treatment communication, collaboration, and the delivery of support service among justice professionals, community treatment service providers, and governmental behavioral health authorities. Ensure proper transmission from medical health courts or other court-based programs to community mental health services, provide essential behavioral health training for first responders, ability to shift funding needs accordingly to community trends and situations, opioid crisis, COVID-19, 988 response, etc. Consider 5 or 10-year funding term through a continuing resolution. CB 50, Economic Development. CB 50-1, the BOC desires to reevaluate, improve, restructure, realign, and optimize tax incentive plans, fixed allocation of tax proceeds, park and rec fund, outdoor equipment, acquisition and maintenance, job and wage commitment, evaluation, study, and terms. CB 60, Finance. CB 60-1, the BOC desires to amend the fiscal policy and annual department budget based upon the prior year's amended BOC budget versus adopted inter-budget adjustment conditions, triggers, and controls. CB 60, 1.2, the BOC desires to develop reserves to set aside matching funds for capital grants for capital transportation projects, parks and recreation, replacement equipment, and other capital projects that require a match. CB 60, 1.3, the BOC desires to establish an ERP system study to better align core back office functions in finance, HR, and procurement. CB 60, 1.4, the BOC desires to review and update the travel policy to align with procurement and financial processes, align with state guidelines in certain instances for employees' use and per diems. CB 70, HOA. CB 70-1, the BOC desires and resolves, CR, to report the judicial decree enable homeowners associations civil conflicts to be resolved through mediation before litigation filing, support ongoing community education regarding home ownership, establish resource link clinics and forums and funding. CB 80, Human Resources. CB 80-1, the BOC desires and resolves to update an HR study, level 1 through 4, compensation, address compression salary and inequities, benefits, retirement, vestings, contributions, performance evaluation, and raised policy. CB 80-1.2, BOC desires and resolves to allow the HR study to serve as input for the performance evaluation systems, normalize the annual feedback process, improve county culture and morale, establish pay performance above salary. CB 80-1.3, the BOC desires to establish training requirements, soft skill training, compliance training, and leadership development. CB 80-1.4, the BOC desires to realign its general governmental organizational structure, realign and optimize core functions, eliminate certain redundancies, better align functional leadership, and improve job description titles and duties. CB 90, Insurance. CB 90-1, the BOC desires to and resolve to restructure, realign, optimize all insurance policies, organizational or outcome considerations, liability coverage, terms, conditions, and amount. CB 100, Procurement. CB 100-1, the BOC desires to assess and propose shape procurement structure, function, and process, align and optimize interrelated functions, finance, HR, and audit, provide for technology upgrade and personnel funding. CB 110, Public Safety. CB 110-1, the BOC desires and resolves to clarify and strengthen animal services, duties, responsibilities, reporting, and funding. CB 110-1.2, the BOC desires to consider compensation differential for all public safety functions, sheriff, 911, EMS, fire, code enforcement, coroner, and animal control. CB 110-1.3, the BOC considers a restructuring of certain support areas, technology, dispatch, maintenance, etc. CB 120 is risk. CB 130 is technology. CB 130-1, the BOC desires to improve, optimize, and realign across all platforms of the general government. CB 140, transportation. CB 140-1, the BOC desires and resolves to continue aligning transportation studies and future land use maps and strategic studies. And that's all, Chairman. I turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Deputy, and I'm going to turn it back over to our Vice Chairman, Kelly Roberts.
Okay, thank you. Well done, Deputy Clerk. Way to pick it up and keep it moving. Very succinct, and that's all we really needed. But thank you, good job. Again, to my peers and to the public, again, you guys, the schedule has been laid out. What I'd like to do right now is bring in a few people that obviously a subject matter expert that has helped feed and shape this. So I'll start. Is Chris Pumphrey out there? Chris, are you out there? I want you to. This is a major piece of legislation on the.
Yes, I'm here.
Chris, can you speak to economic development and the need for a policy adjustment here, sir, please? You just take a couple minutes and just shape this accordingly. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. With economic development and incentives, the economic development landscape is continuously evolving. And so, we're always, looking at the toolbox that we have as it relates to projects that we're looking to bring here to the community, ensuring that, obviously it's that we're competitive as it relates to trying to recruit projects, but also responsible and finding the right blend for the projects that we work on. And so we're, as I mentioned, just always looking at our existing toolbox and how we can better fit that for today's environment. For example, today we all know that we're dealing with inflation costs that are extremely elevated, now. And so our incentives, will sometimes incentivize the amount of the capital investment. But if the capital investment is only as high as it is today, simply because of inflation, do we truly have a equitable plan to recruit businesses? And is that the most responsible way to incentivize, companies? Furthermore, you're looking at, the benefit that a particular project will bring to the community, and making sure that we're taking advantage of that company's investment into the community, ensuring that it is felt within the community, not simply just from a taxing standpoint, but from just a community, a corporate citizen standpoint. So we always want to ensure that the companies that we're recruiting here are not just here to just, build a widget, but they also become part of the fabric of the community.
Great. Great. That's all it is. Again, we're not going to debate or anything, but thank you for bringing that forth to my peers. Again, it's about recalibration. Every now and then we've got to revisit things. And again, we have a little box in the profile box, and whether it's for the large guys or the small guys, here's the chance for us to weigh in. Are we getting the job exchange we're supposed to be getting? Are we getting, to Chris's point, do we need to set up a fund for Parks and Rec that automatically, I got to give something, at least fund our parks. Do something. So this is a chance we need to revisit it outside the box. And so we'll take this one up. Chris, thank you so much, but I get it. And there always has to be balance, and we're not so locked forever into dogmatic positions. We're able to revisit. Just because we did it that way yesterday doesn't mean we have to do it that today. And because the environment shifts, we should adjust it accordingly. So thank you, Chris, for that. And that's all we need for right now. So I'm gonna keep going, Madam Chair. I'd like to now ask, we'll take, well, I know the Finance Director is not here. So let's go with Madam Director Amons. Can you just come for briefly, ask Chris Pumphrey and speak to overall policy, no specific initiatives, but overall policy and procurement and where you're at, please.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. So as we know, procurement's role is to move all of the goods and services through the county and to ensure that they follow policies and procedures. And so procurement is looking for just an alignment to not only make sure our policies and procedures are working and they are effective, but that they are still applicable for today. And that also includes the alignment with what is in the code and what is actually happening day to day. And so procurement is looking forward to the review and analysis and proposals to make sure that everything kind of flows efficiently through the workflow, but also is supported by the code.
Thank you so much, Ben. Again, I know you're not even 6 months in, and I know you're going through your first, we as a board hired you to take an assessment of where we are. We knew it wasn't there, but we get it. And I appreciate this first round of policy recommendations that is coming forth for us to take a look at. For example, we know constitutional officers and how they procure.
Yes.
And how we associate well, who actually makes the decisions? Well, who owns the money? and how that needs to be consistent. So we need all that to be clarified. And so this is an opportunity for us to clarify and set expectations on this process. So we're looking forward to your leadership to helping shape that. Obviously, your peer in finance will help that as well, and all these control mechanisms that need to be there. A county attorney, this is something that we know this boys in the code. We have these rules, and you have people with different understandings about what they can and can't do. And so we're going to shape this up right now and get to the point. So thank you so much for that. And I trust that you do have policy like the P card that you already worked on, and we need to put that will be part of this as well, not just. So we look forward to all of that shaping out here over the next month or so. So thank you, Madam Amons. I'm going to keep moving here. I'm sure we're at the turn. I'm now only going to bring a couple of them forth. And again, we've got time, my peers, to shape this and weigh in if they want to now. Ms. Carter, Director of HR, can you speak to the overall need for policy enhancement, shifting, stabilization, normalization, standardization? Talk to us about this study and other policy things that you need overall. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Thank you so much for the opportunity. You mentioned the market study pay survey, so I'll start there. It's under Division 3 in our Division 5 in our merit system, and it says that the board will periodically look at our market and ensure that our salaries are fair. And I would propose that we take a look at that sooner rather than later. I was informed that the last market study was in 2018, and that market study was not fully implemented. I know that this is a very active market right now, and so I would propose that we are severely under the market. I have met with many elected officials and department heads, and there's a common theme that the salaries are too low to attract, develop, and retain top talent, which is what is presented in our strategic plan. There are two parts to the market survey that I'd like to look at or recommend that we look at. One is currently our minimum wage is $15, but our salary schedule does not currently reflect that. Our general salary schedule has 9 pay grades under the $15, and our fire suppression salary schedule has 13 pay grades under the $15. And so we would need to get that to a place where they all reflect $15 and also deal with compression. Right now, the $15 minimum caused a great deal of compression. And so we would want to look at that. For example, our equipment operator 1, 2, and 3 all make $15 as a minimum starting salary. Also, we want to look at our overall salary as a means of recruitment. I know that we have done a great job in increasing both the minimum salary as well as we're giving 5% increases, 10% increases, but I would say that those do not look at recruiting. We've had such a difficult time recruiting some positions, and mainly because our salaries are way too low. And so we also want to look at the fact that the market, when we look at the market, it tells us exactly what a position should be paid as it relates to the current market. And so when we just do an across the board increase, that does not necessarily look at what the market states. For example, and I don't want to go into too much detail, but if employee green is 2% below the market, but employee pink is 15% below the market, and we give them both a 5% increase, one's increase was too much, and we still did not address the fact that the green or pink was way below. And so we want to look at the market so that we'll be consistent in how we are employing those salary adjustments. The next thing that we talked about is performance management. We want to make sure that we have a culture where they're accountable to their work. And honestly, employees seek feedback. They want to be better. And so a standardized performance management system, an electronic system where we're able to actually have feedback from the employee themselves, obtain feedback from their manager, and then house that feedback into a standard electronic place. It's something that I'd like us to move toward. And it will also allow us to look at exactly how performance is rated. People will be able to get increases as it relates to their specific performance. A third one is structure and how the HR office itself is structured, as well as how we fit into the larger organization. And then the third is training. And I would state the need for training is extensive, both as it relates to compliance, as it relates to consistency, and it will overall increase productivity.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Again, just an overview. I know you've been here barely 30 days, and so to get your minds around. So we respect that and recognize, to my peers, we know that we recognize. I mean, we recognize that our staff does the best they can, but there needs to be some adjustments. We recognize, we heard them, that historically it was like not being in that moment about like treating our staff like batteries, and we're burning them out, and they get to a place of it's their soul that needs to be nourished and stuff. So, Madam HR, there's some historical context here that you don't have to pick up per se, but just be aware. And we just want to do better by our employees, but all of our employees. There's no clicks, right? That's important. Now, how we roll out is one way, because we can't put all of it in our mouth at one time. But we need to take a step back, and you need to be neutral in this and look at what you see. We're looking for a strong recommendation on how we do this, and to the extent that you've got a study come forth, we appreciate that. So thank you for that. Let me keep going. I got to get out of here. All right. So is Allison, are you out there? Can you talk about, is Allison out there, Madam Chair? Allison Duncan, alcohol.
Allison, are you still here? She may have dropped off, but our director, managing director, James Worthington, is on the line.
Yeah, no problem. This alcohol, which is something being consistent, that this is really about a conversation. Do we allow spirits in buildings such as our senior center, our if people want to rent out our fields and stuff, like the city rents out its Douglas County Conference Center, and they allow a certain amount of controlled events where they have controlled alcohol for the sake of beer, wine, and spirits. And from an economic development perspective, from a community engagement perspective, do we need to be consistent? So obviously that's something that the board will definitely have to weigh in on, but that's something that's come up. It's like, well, y'all are being inconsistent. The city has this, but we don't. We can have that dry conversation anytime y'all want to. Let's not belabor it now, but it was something that's been out there. I'll let y'all make the call on that accordingly. Is Vanessa out there? Madam Chair, can you call upon my animal control over at the animal shelter?
She's Director Vanessa Franchakowski. Are you on the line? Franchowski, are you on the line? Wow. We will.
It's okay. If she not, we'll keep moving. Okay. Madam Chair, is Gary Dukes out there?
Director Dukes, are you on the line? But we do have Deputy Director on the line, Chad Griffin. Chad, right. Could you take this question, Chad?
All right. So and really, I'm okay if this back goes into committee to Commissioner Mitchell and Commissioner Carthen as well. This is about how do we fund Parks and Rec consistently. I think that's obviously that was a priority in our strategic plan, as referenced earlier. Back to economic development. Just like we have money that comes off the top for tree funds when you tear down. Likewise, in exchange for, I'm sure you're probably, are we really realizing the jobs that they say they are going to give us? And do we need to hedge against, like, okay, so it's both of these. There needs to be a fund set aside off the top of that economic development. We've given these guys these incentives as good corporate citizens. We want to dedicate it, help offset our having a need to support this. So however y'all chose to do this, I'm willing to do that. So Chad, you want to speak to this? And you don't have to, because this is real policy. This is going to have to, I'm going to really lean to Commissioner Carthen and Commissioner Mitchell and you guys, this whole committee, to think about this and work with Chris on what that should be. I mean, you got a real opportunity that needs to be addressed. And I've heard Madam Guider over time, like, do we, we give them a lot. We don't get the small guys incentives, but this exchange needs to be there because, Madam Chair, how do we prove, I'm not certain when the last time that incentive team or committee got together, but I'd like to know the findings on the 16 firms that are currently on the wall. Where do they stand? And are we getting the jobs that were promised? And for whatever reason, if we didn't have the talent, they had to go outside. I get it, but maybe we need to adjust our policy. And I think that's what we're hearing from Chris. Like, we may need to look at this. So duly noted. Don't go, guys. You don't have to speak. I think I've covered everybody I want to cover right now, Madam Chair. Again, this is just like dropping of a bill. Keep it moving. You guys have time to look at this. Staff will come forth with formal policy, like PCAR. It will be formal language, 10 pages, and this was the abstract or introduction. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm going to yield back to my peers if they want to say something. If not, we can go into executive session. It's your call. I yield. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner, for bringing this forth to the full board. Any comments or questions, board, before I call for an executive session? Okay, being no questions or comments being served.
I do.
Okay, sorry, Commissioner Carthen, you have the floor.
Thank you. Really quick, there was a alignment with procurement and finance. And although I know Ms. Bivens is not here, she is doing training. But I would like for our grants department to get with CFO Bivens and procurement to align those grants in accordance to proper procedure. I know there's a couple of grants that we've been managing for quite a few years, and I know that there is some accountability that needs to happen with those grants. So I would like for a policy to be put into place. So if Joe Hobson is on the line, if you could either get with me or Ms. Amons in regards to that request to be a part of this legislation, I think that would be advantageous for the Board of Commissioners to take up and align all of those grants and the accountability portions of those. And that's all, Madam Chair. I yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carthen. Did you hear the request? Ms. Hobson, did you hear the request from Commissioner Carthen? I just want to make sure you heard it. I know ACA, I still see her on the line as well.
Yes, ma'am, I did hear it, and I'll follow up.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure you made a note of that. Okay. All right. Well, if there's nothing else, certainly citizens of Douglas County will appreciate your participation in our work session today. It is now 1:16 p.m. and I need to tap on the shoulders of our executive, of our attorney regarding an executive session. Attorney Coleman, do we need to go in executive session?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. I would recommend executive session for personnel, real estate, and litigation.
Okay, thank you so much, Attorney Coleman. Okay. Citizens of Douglas County, we will return momentarily, so they don't have the time to provide for you at this time, but still, we appreciate your patience. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to go in executive session?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board?
May I have, with the condition we get a break, Madam Chair?
What's appropriate, 5 or 10 minutes?
10 minutes. We need 10 minutes after this.
Commissioners, you take 10 minutes. It is now 1:17. We will return at 1:27 for our executive session. All right. We have a motion and a second. When I call your district, please respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries to go into executive session. Board of Commissioners, I'll see you back. Well, now it's 1:18. We'll see you back at 1:28. I'm sorry. See you back at 1. Okay, that's 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
You are back live. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Cyril. Douglas County citizens and taxpayers, the Douglas County Board of Commissioners are now out of executive session for today's September 19th, 2022 work session, executive session meeting. To my fellow commissioners, is there anything else that needs to come before this body at this time before we close this meeting out? Any announcements that you'd like to make before tomorrow's voting meeting, which is tomorrow at what time, Lisa, our county clerk?
Our meeting tomorrow is 6 p.m.
We have a 6 p.m. meeting tomorrow that we'll come back and vote on the matters that came before us today. If there's nothing else that needs to come before this Board of Commissioners today, I call this meeting adjourned. Thank you all.